I think on top of that, the fact that he's going to undergo yet further surgery on that shoulder, huge implications for the championship. Just your reaction to that news and what it means for the team going forward.
Martin is not here with us because he can have a good result, but anyway, now the most important thing is his health. We hope that everything goes good with the surgery. Because the first thing is that he is fine.
Yeah, the most important, I think you were just saying there, is that he's fine and he's going to take his time. So some of the noise in pit lane quite loud. One of the big questions, lots of fans at home, given his age, will start to ask the questions, what does the future hold for Marc Marquez? So can you just confirm that the spark, the fire, the energy is still there, and this isn't the beginning of the end of Marc's MotoGP career, as some might start to draw conclusions towards?
My personal forecast is that Marc will come back to standard. Now we need to wait for the surgery, and then we can discuss about whatever. But now the most important thing is the surgery and the next couple of weeks to see how is his health.
And just finally, Pecco Bagnaia currently, where he's in this session, 7th at the moment, but yesterday was a very strong performance. I imagine the longer race distance should suit him as well. He's got a great chance. It looks as though we're finally starting to see the Bagnaia that we all saw throughout pre-season.
Yeah, I guess that Pecco will be competitive today too. We'll see what the weather will be, because it seems that it's going to rain, but he already won in Thailand in the red, and why not the second time?
Thanks, Davide.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack, and thanks as always to Davide Tardozzi for coming and speak to us. It's been a very difficult weekend so far for the factory Ducati team. Once again, seeing Marc Marquez sidelined through injury, 5th right metatarsal fracture for Marc, and then he's going to have more repair work on the right shoulder. That was already planned post-Catalunya. There's been a screw that's kind of worked itself loose. It's rubbing on the radial nerve, which has been causing Marc the problems. There's clearly been something happening behind the scenes, which he's been reluctant to reveal to the public. He told Jack in an interview yesterday, I'm not the kind of rider, I'm not the kind of guy that cries in front of a microphone. I prefer just to deal with the cards that have been laid on the table. But yeah, symptoms of radial nerve injuries, or problems with your radial nerve injury, include pain, numbness, especially in the middle finger, index finger, back of your hand or the arm, which perfectly explains, Lewis, why we have seen Marc Marquez nowhere near his brilliant best this season.
He has looked a shadow of the 7 times MotoGP world champion that we've seen over so many years. And it is, obviously, Jack asked the question, it is a perfectly fair and legitimate question to ask long term in terms of what this does mean for Marc Marquez in terms of his long-term future in the sport, whether the word retirement is going to come into play. Of course, Marc Marquez is the only person who could truly answer that, but I think in the more short to medium term, I think what we can all agree on is that Marc Marquez's hopes of retaining his MotoGP World Championship right now are remote at best. By the time he returns to action, let's say it is Mugello, he's going to be in excess of 100 points back of the World Championship leader, whoever that is, either Marco Bezzecchi or Jorge Martin. So it's going to take the kind of form that we saw in the first half of last year from Marc Marquez to give him even a prayer of retaining his title.
We saw just in the space of a few hours, didn't we, here in Le Mans yesterday, how dramatic things can quickly turn for you in MotoGP. In Q1, Marc Marquez delivered the fastest ever lap of this Bugatti circuit, a jaw-dropping 1:29.288. And then just a few hours later, Marc facing yet more surgery. Today will be the 35th Grand Prix that Marc Marquez has missed since all of his injury nightmares began at the Spanish Grand Prix in Jerez at the start of 2020. Let's focus then on Jorge Martin, who produced yet again another blistering start on the factory Aprilia. He did it before, didn't he, from the 3rd row. The great second time this year that Martin has won a sprint from row 3, 7th to 1st in Austin. Yesterday, 8th to 1st after that incredible start. And the unbelievable pass on the outside of Bezzecchi, Marc Marquez, Pecco Bagnaia. We're not talking about track day novices. No. We are talking about 3 of the best riders that have ever taken part in MotoGP. He rode around the outside of all 3 of them like they were standing still to lead going through that turn number 4. Jorge Martin is in the championship game, no question. The last time he was here on a Pramac Ducati in 2024, he did go on to complete the sprint and Grand Prix double. That was the last time actually the Martinator did take a double victory. And credit as well to our social media team back in Barcelona for the Martinator turned Startinator. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, the Startinator, who was hoping to get himself higher as up as 4th or 5th at the start. He'd achieved that after about 50 metres, partly of course due to Fabio Di Gianantonio's unmitigated disaster off the line. Pedro Costa didn't have the best of starts either. Martin just sighed through that lot, the row immediately ahead of him, and then made 3 of the very best in the world look like numpties, in fairness, through the Dunlop chicane. And those 3 riders are far from that. As Matt mentioned, they are 3 of the best in the world, if not 3 of the best of all time. Checkered flag is out in this warm-up session, which Alex Marquez currently leads. And they have Bastianini coming across the line. And he's in 6th place, of course, representing the Tech 3 squad. Jonas Folger, if you're joining us for the first time this weekend, he takes place of Maverick Vinales, another rider who's absent and lamenting a screw coming loose in a repaired shoulder.
Here is Jorge Martin. Is he going to back up his sprint win with the best time of this morning's warm-up session? He has done a 1:31.506. Not that he needed a confidence boost after yesterday's awesome performance in that sprint, but he's got another one. 1:31.506. Looks like it has put Martin top of the pile. In terms of dry sprints we've had in the sprint era, nobody's come from lower than 8th place on the grid to win, as Martin did yesterday. I mean, if you haven't yet seen the start he made in the sprint, I advise you to go on MotoGP social media channels, because it was just awesome, absolutely awesome. Picked his way quickly through on Fabio Di Gianantonio, made Quattararo and Mir look like they were standing still, and then the pass around the outside. A combination, I think he admitted himself, of some unbelievable skill and a bit of luck thrown in there as well. I think I'm going to say more skill than luck, because it was a ballsy move, Lewis, to ride around the outside of those 3, because as well, he's going to be at the back of his mind. If anything happens on the inside, the position he's put himself in, he's in danger of getting skiffled out himself. Yeah,
exactly. You're kind of in the lap of the gods in that kind of situation, but it was pure magic from Jorge Martin. I think what we also saw, Betsecki said that he had a little bit of a head shake. He was leading, of course, at this stage, and then he had to go defensive. He had to try and cover off the factory Ducatis of Marquez and Bagnaia. They were all watching each other, and all of a sudden they're looking over to the right thinking, how did Jorge Martin get there? And he ended up taking a lead. And as we said during the sprint yesterday, as much as we credit the start's what got him in the lead, but it was his unmatched sprint pace that kept him there.
I like Betsecki's quote. Bet said he heard an engine on the outside, and so he knew somebody was going to try and send it going into the chicane, but he didn't certainly expect it to be his teammate on the 89 factory Aprilia, as you'd expect more flag-to-flag bike swap practices are being conducted after this warm-up session. We have to say, although it is dry, there has been no rain that's hit this part of northwest France as yet. We are anticipating rain to fall at some stage, maybe later on this afternoon. The French fans, I don't think they'll mind that one bit after what they witnessed here 12 months ago. One of the most dramatic flag-to-flag races we have ever witnessed. Eventually won by Johan Zarco. What an atmosphere it was. What a noise those French fans made. A record weekend crowd last year. The first time ever in MotoGP history we've had a weekend crowd of over 300,000 fans. As Jorge Martin comes in a little bit too sharp on the factory Aprilia, not giving his mechanic enough chance to stop the bike plonking on its side.
Yeah, I wasn't sure you were supposed to do that any longer, to be able to be halfway off the bike before it's come to a stop. But Jorge Martin, of course, it's all about marginal gains, and he nearly missed the chair too on the way back into the Aprilia box, and I think that's left him a little bit sore as he sat on the wrong part of the chair and has caught something a little bit painful there. Jorge Martin, all of his crazy and all of his moments that tend to go wrong tend to happen at the most unlikely parts of the weekend.
Yeah, so there he goes. Well, he almost crashed both of those bikes, didn't he, in the pit lane? Bike number 1 drops on its side as his poor mechanic hasn't sort of got the upper body strength to keep the bike upright, and then he
has
almost,
some moments after checkered flags, doesn't he?
Look at this, he almost pushes the second bike.
Some arrows
been ripped off that one as well. Yeah, of course, let's not forget, over in Austin, Texas, when he won that sprint, there was the big crash off the stand. We're just apologising there to his mechanic, who's there to collect the RSGP coming in.
And then Jerez in the practice start session, of course, he dumped it after the checkered flag there too in free practice.
Well, he almost crashed after the checkered flag in the sprint yesterday, didn't he? and now he's doing a good audition for the Bee Gees. I think his voice slightly higher than what he was before he sat down on that chair. There's always something happening, isn't there, around the 2024 MotoGP World Champion. He will know, though, he is right in the mix this year. I suppose if there's one key area where he's going to be looking to improve moving forward into the season, it's going to be his qualifying. Has not yet started higher than 5th so far this season, although it hasn't really damaged his podium prospects too much, has it? Aided by the brilliant launches off the line of the factory of Prix. And what does lie in store then for Johan Zarco? Is there going to be more magic sprinkled on this Bugatti circuit by the most experienced rider in MotoGP, the 35-year-old Frenchman? He's been there, he's done it all before. This is his 309th Grand Prix start. He would love it, he would love it if he could even have a chance to get close to replicating his win here last year. Do feel, though, having finished that warm-up session down in 11th place, 10th the checker flag in the sprint, he might need a bit of rain around, Lewis.
Yeah, it feels, we were asking a question yesterday morning after his session-topping showing on Friday, whether he could fight for the victory in the dry as well as the wet. A bit of a, I guess, a dose of reality for Johan Zarco yesterday. He suffered from massive vibrations in the sprint to the point that he thought that he had some sort of technical problem on board that Honda. Was beaten to the final point by his teammate Diogo Moreira. Congratulations to him, his first sprint point. But yeah, it definitely feels as if Johan Zarco's best chance, and that's not disrespectful to say that, his best chance is in a Grand Prix which either starts in the wet conditions or certainly involves some rain.
He said that himself, didn't he, on Thursday in the pre-event press conference. Most likely scenario is that his best chance, his best opportunity of making it back-to-back wins here in Le Mans is if there is a wet race or a flag-to-flag race. This young man is really catching the eye, isn't he? The reigning Moto2 world champion, as Lewis just mentioned, taking his first sprint points finish yesterday, and he's just finished that warm-up session in 4th place as well with a 1:31.723. Jerez last time out, the first time he missed the point scoring places on a Sunday, having had 13th place finishes in the first 3 Grand Prix of the campaign. But trust us, make no mistake, once he's got comfort on that Honda RC213V, once he's adjusted his riding style, once he's got used to the Michelin tyres and the plethora of electronics, the extra weight, Diogo Moreira is a MotoGP star of the future.
Yeah, just watch him go. He's always so strong in his 2nd season, but he's already starting to make some waves and turn some heads in his 1st season. You saw Pecco Bagnaia there, the pole sitter later on. He was 19th at the end of that warm-up session. Of course, 19th out of 21 riders now who will continue through this French Grand Prix weekend. The heavy skies overhead. There are some rather ominous grey clouds just up ahead of us beyond the main grandstand on the left as you look. Are they going to bring some rain with us? And if they are, at what point does the rain arrive? So much unpredictability to be thrown into the mix ahead of a French Grand Prix which already promises so much, with Aprilia and Ducati going head to head.
All eyes on the home hero, Johan Zarco. Is his destiny? Is there going to be another fairy tale in France for the number 5? Fabio Quartararo in that gorgeous home race livery. He was 8th at the end of that warm-up session. Can Fabio deliver some fireworks in front of his home crowd here? Jorge Martin, though, the sprint winner, leads the warm-up session.
Yeah, we're getting some reports that there already are some spots of rain falling right now in the paddock. Jorge Martin fastest then, the sprint winner in the warm-up. Alex Marquez 2nd from Raul Fernandez and Diogo Moreira, fine 4th. Gian Antonio 5th from Fermin Aldeguer, who probably wouldn't complain if we get some rain either. 6th from Bastianini, Quartararo, Mir and Binder. Zarco 11th. Ahead of Bezzecchi, Marini, Acosta, who gets bumped up to 4th on the grid later on. Miller, Morbidelli, Toprak and Rins, who will start 11th, of course, after getting into Q2 on Friday. Bagnaia 19th, the pole sitter, ahead of Ayagura, and of course, completing our grid of 21 now is Jonas Folger.
Well, that's the warm-up done and dusted on a dry Le Mans circuit. Will that be the case when it's race time at 2 p.m. local time over 27 laps? After his sprint success here yesterday in France, Jorge Martin is now your leader and top man at the end of the warm-up session. Have a great race day, folks, here in Le Mans.
molto bene, poi sabato venerdì anche ero dietro di te, si vedeva.
No, poi abbiamo provato qualcosina sul posteriore ma ho perso il peggio
Alla torre.
Ieri la gomma soft pensavo meglio ma era troppo calda.
Davanti?
Sì, davanti. Ho detto con questa fiducia, voglio tenere questa fiducia per 13 giri, forse va bene.
Ma dopo 4-5 giri ya mueve, ¿no? Soy yo, ¿no?
Bonjour Le Mans. Hello everyone, we are very glad and happy to hosting you here in the most legendary track in the world. Bienvenue to Le Mans. We are very happy. We're gonna start with all these riders. The rain is starting, so I think it's a good news for this guy, Toprak. I'm sure you are very happy, Toprak, to see the rain is coming.
I'm not really happy, but if we are doing something special, this is the good chance for me and for all Yamaha riders, I think, because the wet condition Yamaha is not bad, and also we are trying always the best, but we will see. You know, the wet condition, yeah, we see in the Jerez, that looks not bad, but anyway, I will try to my best again.
Do you enjoy the show so far from all this French crowd?
The French fans are incredible, and everyone is really crazy, and also in the night we listen everyone. But I'm really happy to racing here because really nice atmosphere, and yeah, we will see. I hope everyone enjoyed it today.
Thank you, merci Toprak. There is the Bibendum just there. Johan Mir is there also. He's finished on the point yesterday on the sprint race. Bonjour Johan.
Hello. Hello.
How are you?
Oh, good. Ready for action. Looks like now it's raining, so Le Mans weather, we know.
The French weather, yeah, especially you finished on the point yesterday. So what's the good news for you?
Oh, yeah, I think, well, yesterday we make a very solid race. Today we start also quite in the front, so we will try to understand what we can get, and from there try to make a good race and build a good speed.
Thank you, John. Have a good race. Just there, right to him, there is Alex Marquez. Bonjour, Alex.
Bonjour.
Ça va? Comment ça va?
Ça va bien. Wet.
Gusta, you love when it's rain, or you prefer on the dry condition?
I mean, I think everybody prefer dry, but Johan for sure prefer wet. But yeah, I'm proud of Johan. I mean, did it racing, and we need to adapt to every condition, and we'll try to give our best. We need to try to keep concentrated. If it's dry or wet, we need to make a good race.
Did you enjoy the show from Thursday night to Sunday night?
I love it. I mean, this morning the alarm clock was a bike. So it was really nice to wake up like this.
Merci. Have a good race. Bonjour, Diogo. First French GP in MotoGP career. Did you enjoy the show?
Bonjour. So yeah, not so bad. At the end, we make a very good sprint yesterday. So let's see today. It will be a tricky condition, but yeah, for sure it will be a nice race.
You improve your French with Johan?
At the moment, no. I need to keep learning, but at the end, you know, with Johan, he's a nice person and also a nice teammate. So at the end, it's nice to work with him.
For the first time, you scored points yesterday in the sprint race. Good job.
Thank you so much. It was not so bad.
See you on track in the few hours. Just there. Senor Martin, Monsieur Martin, hello. You won the sprint race yesterday, but it could be completely different today. Unpredictable weather, the French weather. Are you optimistic about the new one?
Well, this is the normal Le Mans weather, so yeah, it's the same for everybody. We just have to be prepared for whatever condition. I know the opponents are super strong, so I will try to be calm and try to bring it back home. Will be the target today.
You won in 2024 this race. Can you make another good result today?
Well, I will try to do my absolutely best to try to win, but you know, it's difficult to predict. So I will try to be calm and just go lap by lap, and let's see my options.
Merci. Thank you. Maybe we will move with the French guy. We'll start in French, maybe with Fabio, and after we'll switch in English for the French crowd. Bonjour Fabio.
Bonjour.
Comment ça va?
Ça va et vous?
Très très bien. Là c'est un temps très Le Mans.
Un temps à Jojo ça.
Est-ce que quand même pour vous qui allez partir 5e aujourd'hui, Fabio, il y a des raisons d'espérer un très beau résultat?
Malheureusement avec ce genre de météo, on a vu à Jerez qu'on était vraiment en difficulté. Mais c'est pas grave, on va donner le maximum comme on l'a fait hier. Je ne m'attendais pas à faire 5e hier. Aujourd'hui, on verra ce que le temps nous réserve. Mais en tout cas, voilà, je pense qu'on ne peut que faire le maximum et on verra le résultat.
We're gonna switch in English. Fabio, you just said to me that it's the Johan weather today.
Yeah, we know. We know it's Johan weather when it's raining, but not so much. So of course it's a great time for him. We will give our best. We know the fans are there anyway, so we will try to give the best show as possible.
How much did you enjoy this French crowd? Amazing French crowd.
Yeah, we enjoyed a bit more yesterday with the sun, but now it's getting more tricky, and we will see what it will bring us later. But yeah, I mean, you can see it doesn't matter the weather, the fans are there, and I think it's amazing to see.
T'as pas envie d'ouvrir le parapluie?
Si, mais regarde, il y a tout le monde qui est en galère, donc ça sert à rien de l'ouvrir. J'aimerais bien être lui, là, il est bien là en dessous, là.
Thank you, Fabio. Raoul Fernandez with us. Bonjour Raoul.
Bonjour.
Comment ça va?
Ça va bien. Et toi?
Oui, ça va très bien. Very happy to be with you. It starts to rain. Is it a good opportunity for you or no?
I think always this kind of weather is not the best one for us. I mean, it's quite tricky you need a little bit of lucky. But anyway, we have to be grateful to see all the people here to support us. So thanks to all of them, and we will try to make our best.
Thank you, Raoul. Someone is hiding just there. Look at. I'm gonna follow them. Who is there? Ah, the smartest guy in the paddock. How are you? Good? All good?
Well, apart of the weather, all good. Yes. No, unluckily we looks like we are going to race in wet. So yeah, let's see how it is.
I'm sure the guy alongside you love this weather. Bonjour, Jack.
I'm not angry.
It's like Zarco.
Yeah, even Folger, huh? Yeah. Ah, fuck. He know how to ride in the wet also.
You feel the pressure?
Well, he know how to ride in the wet. He hasn't done it in about 10 years, but he knows. You don't never forget. It's like riding a bike.
Exactly. Yeah.
Maybe for the guy just behind you, the practice.
Also him. Yeah.
In Keles, yes, we will see here.
Yeah.
Thanks, guy. Appreciate the show. Mr. Folger, it's the weather for you also, no?
Yes. Normally, yes. In the past, I was quite strong in the rain. But, you know, I've been off the bike for a long time. So, yes, also I need to get the feeling back. And, you know, we have the warm-up, we had the warm-up. And now straight to the race. The rain tires will be difficult for me. So, yes, I will try to ride safe. I don't want to do anything crazy. And try to do a nice progress. Because I had a crash yesterday also already at the race, at the sprint race. So, yeah, we'll see. I'm looking forward to ride in the rain.
Thank you, Jonas. Just there is Brad Binder. Brad, it's time to open this, huh? What is your hope for today with this crazy weather?
Well, perfect timing for the rain, just after warm-up, so we're going to have to figure it out on lap one. But yeah, so far so good, but been a better Sunday so far, so fingers crossed we can hopefully come to the field today.
Thank you. Who's that guy? Who are you? Ah!
Cold for me today.
Ah, bonjour, Monsieur Acosta. How are you?
Not bad, being honest. Quite cold. Lovely Sunday wet race in Le Mans, looks like.
Did you enjoy the show with this amazing crowd?
Yeah, I mean, quite difficult to sleep in the night, but super nice to see that many fans around.
Is it a good opportunity for you, the rain today?
Let's see. I mean, it's a lot of rain at the moment.
Merci. Thank you. Ah! Le roi du Mans est en direct. Attention, là, c'est le signal international, Johan. On va commencer en français et puis après, on va switcher en anglais. Comment ça va, Johan? Ça y est, les prières ont fonctionné. Les prières de Johan Zarco ont fonctionné. La pluie est là, elle est comme vous l'aimez.
C'est pas gagné d'avance, hein. Ça donne des opportunités, des chances, des meilleures chances peut-être de victoire. Mais il faudra déjà aller jusqu'au bout et on va voir en fait tout ce niveau d'eau, comment il varie de maintenant jusqu'à 14h et du départ jusqu'à l'arrivée. Mais voilà, le week-end est déjà extra. C'était dur hier, mais une bonne nuit de sommeil m'a permis de remettre les compteurs à zéro.
C'est ce public, ces fans incroyables, bah justement on va partir à leur rencontre. Regardez, on va faire quelque chose qu'on ne fait pas normalement, on va descendre ensemble, Johan, pour aller saluer ces fans. Ils sont quand même incroyables.
C'est sûr, il n'y a qu'au Mans qu'on a autant de public comme ça. Et vraiment pour les pilotes français, ils mettent une énergie exceptionnelle. C'est émouvant.
We're going to switch in English with Johan just after that. Johan, are you still impressed by this French crowd?
Sure. It's such an amazing moment, this race week. It's the only place where we have so much crowd, and all the fans are here for the French riders, and they give us a support that we have we don't have in other place.
You know, it's the Jojo time now.
Maybe, let's see, I don't know.
Thank you, Johan. We come back on the truck. Who is there? Ah, Seigneur Aldeguer. Bonjour, oui, à vous. Bonjour, Monsieur Aldeguer, regardez.
Wow. A lot of rain, eh?
A lot of rain. Are you happy with that, or it's not a good news for you?
I think no. No, because the dry condition is always more safe to say. And yeah, for sure, I think all the riders than we are here in the track, we prefer the dry condition, but it's the same for all riders. We have to try to do our best, and we will see where we arrive.
Thank you, Fermin. Thank you so much. So, who's the next? Jorge Martin, it's okay for him. Ah, Ayogura is there. Hello, very happy to having you live. You like the weather, or it's not a good news for you?
Not really much, but it's like this.
What is your hope for the main race in few hours?
I just want to finish the race and learn on a wet condition, so yeah.
Thank you. Good luck for the race. Oh, the guy just there is the Italian crew. And there is also, it's an Italian rider or Italian and French rider today?
Hey, Italian-French today, you know. We are here, yes. It's the home GP for my team, and well, we are still a bit unlucky because we come from 3 great days of sun, and nothing today. We need to enjoy with the wet condition.
It's time to speak French now, Enea.
Oui, of course.
Très bien, oui. Bonne course.
Merci. Oh, I side.
Franco, bonjour. I know that you speak very well French.
Yes, I do.
It's time.
Forgot about it. I'm sorry.
But with Fabio in the past, you learn some French words.
Some words, yes.
But the bad one, no?
Not really good ones, yes.
What is your hope for today with this crazy weather today?
Yeah, crazy weather today, but the place is hot. For the French people, for the French riders, but also for the whole other riders on the field.
Thank you, Franco. Good race. The 2 Italian guys just there. Hello, guys. A little word in French, maybe, for the crowd.
Difficult today. Salut à tous. Merci beaucoup pour votre support.
Bravo, Luca. Very good. How optimistic are you before this main race in few hours?
Well, optimistic. Difficult to be optimistic. I think it will be interesting because nobody did a lap on wet condition this weekend, so it will be a surprise for everybody. Maybe it can be an opportunity.
For you, Fabio was a GNF yesterday, but maybe you can have another good opportunity after a very strong beginning of the season.
Yeah, well, for sure, doing better than yesterday is not that difficult, you know. So,
Yeah, let's see about the conditions. For sure, we haven't done any lap in the wet this year, so everything will be a surprise. But for sure, we'll be everybody in the same conditions, so we will try to play our cards to do a good job.
Merci, bonne course et à tout à l'heure.
À tout à l'heure. Ciao.
Bravo Fabio.
Au boulot. Au boulot.
Bravo, au boulot. Let's work. I think everyone has answered to the mic. Let me check. But I think the job is done, huh? I think. So I hope you enjoy and see you on track. Ah, Pecco, for sure. Where is Pecco? Sorry, the poleman. Come on, no. It's time to speak French, Pecco.
Much time. Hello, everyone.
Okay. After? Bon, you're gonna.
Bonjour à tous. Bonjour à tous.
Je suis très heureux de partir en pole position. I'm very happy to start on pole position in few hours.
Yeah, absolutely. I just hope that the weather will be a bit better because it's very cold. So keep the temperature on the tires will be tricky, but let's see. I'm quite happy about yesterday, but today we need to finish the job.
Merci Pecco. Et on se voit tout à l'heure. Les fans français vous attendent. Thank you. Now it's done. Sorry. You forgot Pecco. I hope you enjoyed the show. See you on track. Merci, au revoir, bonne journée et bienvenue au Mans.
Voilà pour ce tour particulier effectivement des pilotes de MotoGP. Voilà, le décor a changé au niveau de la vue qu'on a sur les écrans géants. Mais vous êtes là et clairement notre rayon de soleil désormais, c'est vous. À suivre les heures 31, dans l'immédiat, quelques messages de suite. Il dépasse largement les 100 décibels au bord du circuit. Il est donc essentiel de protéger vos oreilles ainsi que celles des enfants. Rendez-vous sur les stands Alpine Protection Auditive situés dans le village ou derrière la ligne droite pour découvrir toute la collection de protections auditives officielles de MotoGP. Casque anti-bruit, protection auditive universelle ou moulée sur mesure, ainsi que le casque radio MotoGP pour les passionnés second livre, une expérience de course unique. Connectez le professionnel, protégez vos oreilles et vivez pleinement votre passion avec Alpine Protection Auditive. Sur le vrai simulateur que le pilote de MotoGP utilise pour s'améliorer. Laissez un message d'encouragement à votre pilote préféré. Et surtout, participez au grand jeu concours Fans of LNV pour tenter de gagner l'un de nous exceptionnel. Un scooter, un casque répliqué dédicacé de votre pilote préféré, une visite de pilote et pourquoi pas l'expérience ultime, assister au départ de la course de MotoGP depuis la piste au plus près des pilotes. Alors, bougez-vous, direction italien AMV au cœur de la fan zone AMV, là où vibre la passion MotoGP. Entre deux frissons sur la piste, faites une pause gourmande. Tout autour du circuit, profitez d'une trentaine de points de restauration pour satisfaire toutes vos envies. Sandwich, burger, grillade et bien plus encore. Que vous soyez pressé ou prêt à savourer, il y en a pour tous les goûts et à chaque virage. N'hésitez pas à consulter le plan présent dans votre programme officiel pour repérer les stands les plus proches.
Régalez-vous. Lors de votre départ, après la course de MotoGP, merci de bien suivre les indications sorties sur les réseaux routiers. Merci pour votre participation au Michelin Grand Prix en 2026. Et surtout, soyez prudents.
Cette année, plongez au cœur de la légende du sport moto-français. Découvrez l'exposition On veut du cuir, une immersion préparée de 70 combinaisons de pilotes français ayant marqué l'histoire des Grands Prix. Rendez les exploits, les trajectoires et les moments forts de champions emblématiques comme le jeune Zarco, Fabio Quartararo ou encore Christian Sarron. Une collection exceptionnelle pour tous les passionnés de vitesse et d'histoire. Rendez-vous au quart de numéro 1 pour le village principal. Exposition gratuite jusqu'à dimanche 11h. Profitez-en.
200 kilometres southwest of Paris, on the outskirts of Le Mans, lies the historic Bugatti circuit, which first hosted the MotoGP round in 1969, having first opened 4 years earlier. Played out in front of some of the season's most vocal and passionate fans, who is going to seize their chance in France and claim glory in round 5 of 22. It's time to race in MotoGP. Good morning and a warm welcome to Le Mans. Welcome to the Michelin Grand Prix of France. Welcome to Chapter 5 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. It is always one of the best experiences on the whole Grand Prix calendar to come to northwest France. We're about 5 kilometres on the outskirts of the cathedral city of Le Mans. And those campsites have been very, very lively throughout the weekend. They were setting up there on Wednesday in the sunshine. Unfortunately, as you've seen from some of these live pictures, the weather has taken a bit of a turn for the worst in the last hour or so here at the Bugatti circuit. And certainly for Moto3, most likely for Moto2 and MotoGP, if you look at the forecast, we are going to maybe get 3 full wet Grand Prix. Possibility of a flag-to-flag situation maybe later on in MotoGP. Their 27-lap race will be underway at 2 p.m. local time. Sadly, there'll be no reigning world champion Marquez, of course, in that Grand Prix this afternoon. A fracture in his right foot means Mark sidelined from today's action and his home Grand Prix in Catalonia next weekend. An update then in the company of Matt Burt, Lewis Sotheby in the commentary box, Jack Appleyard down in pit lane. This is from MotoGP race director Graham Webber. As Moto3 have not had any wet running this weekend, the pit lane's going to be open for 10 minutes for sighting laps. The race will be delayed 5 minutes later, and we've gone down from what was going to be a scheduled 20-lap French Grand Prix Moto3. We're now running 2/3 distance, the field going over 13 laps, led away by Adrian Fernandez for Leopard Honda. Basically, this is a wet start rule. If all sessions prior to a race are dry, but the track is wet for the start of the sighting lap, wet race start may be declared, as it has been. And what that means is we are going to now run a slightly reduced schedule. Adrian Fernandez on pole position, early dominant world championship leader Max Keles alongside him on the front row, and one rider who's going to be loving these conditions because we know how good he is in the rain. It's the Aussie Joel Kelso on the front row of the grid for the first time on a Honda. So a slight tweak to the schedule, Lewis. Let's hope it doesn't dampen the enthusiasm of this massive crowd, and let's hope it doesn't dampen the entertainment, because we should have 3 cracking races ahead of us.
Nothing will dampen the enthusiasm of this. What we're hoping is going to be another near record crowd at the French Grand Prix. We already had a record crowd on Friday. It was packed to the rafters yesterday for Sprint Saturday, and now we go racing in very different conditions. And this is an opportunity for 26 riders on this Moto3 grid to make themselves a hero here this morning. As you mentioned, no wet running at all this weekend, so we have no form guide at all to draw upon. Of course, we have a bunch of rookies. Nearly a third of the field, in fact over a third of the field, are rookies. Some of them have got serious wet weather reputations. This could be anybody's. Yeah, this is going to be a Le Mans lottery, isn't it, with nobody having any kind of experience. That is the updated schedule. Then normally, of course, we are underway at 11 a.m. local time. But we're going to have the riders get a chance for a few more sighting laps to adjust, adapt to these conditions. So the race will start as planned in just over 15 minutes time. Lights out for the 13-lap Grand Prix now, reduced to 2/3 distance at 11:05 local time. We are looking at a rider, rain or shine so far in 2026. He has been sensational. Max Keles, 100 points have been on the table in Moto3 so far this season. He's taken all but 10. The only times that he's lost points so far this season. Second over the line in Thailand in round 1. Second over the line in Austin, Texas. The winner in Brazil. The winner last time out in front of his home crowd in Jerez. Already, just 4 rounds into the campaign, the 18-year-old Spaniard is 37 points clear of the chasing pack. After 4 Grand Prix in Moto3 history, that is the second biggest lead in the World Championship at this stage. Only Pedro Acosta, leading by 51 points after 4 rounds in 2021, has had a bigger advantage than Keles. Doesn't seem to matter, Lewis, whether it's a dry track, a wet track, windy conditions, unpredictable weather, Keles is there. He's got every angle covered. This, though, will certainly be a test for Max Keles, even if this is his second season in the Moto3 World Championship. Didn't exactly have tons of wet running in his rookie season, so it's going to be a challenge awaiting him. And I guess still very early in the season to be talking about who's got most to lose, but of course with Max Keles certainly thinking with that World Championship mentality this season, surely his mind, depending on how the start goes, is just going to be to try and bank as many points as possible. It's certainly not going to dry out, even if the skies have cleared, no chance this is going to dry out in 13 laps. It's going to be a full wet Grand Prix from start to finish, so it's going to be so important to try and get yourself to the front of the race. We're not going to have the typical Moto3 pack race here. So important to get yourself to the front, get yourself some clear track and get clear of any spray.
This is no great surprise, is it? Inclement weather here in France, and for this French Grand Prix, 24 MotoGP races in the modern four-stroke era have either started wet or rain has started falling during the Grand Prix in 12. So in 50% of our 24 Grand Prix here, there has been some kind of wet weather intervention. Adrian Fernandez, though, for just the 4th time in his Grand Prix career, in what is his 91st start, will head the grid in pole position. His first front row start in 5 Grand Prix appearances here in Le Mans. His Leopard Racing teammate, Guido Pini, will go from 11th place on the grid. 2 Hondas on the front row of the grid for the first time in 2026. Fernandez leading the field away, of course. Keles in between the Hondas of Fernandez and Kelso.
On quite the run of unpredictability on Saturday afternoons in Moto3 this season. That's the 5th different pole sitter in 5 Grand Prix. Almanza, Esteban Carpe, Keles, and now Adrian Fernandez. Is this one of the riders here on screen who might see this as a big opportunity? Well, let's find out. Vedapratama speaking to Jack.
Well, Veda, this is going to be an interesting one. What was the track like on the sighting laps you did there, and how comfortable do you feel in the wet?
Yeah, I feel comfortable. I feel it's a good grip. It's not so slippery, but yeah, we'll see, because for example, in the last corner, I didn't try yet in the cycling lap because we have to stop there. So, but yeah, I just try to focus and keep in my pace and try to finish.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to the 17-year-old Indonesian Beritamotogp, riding, of course, for Honda Team Asia. He's qualified top 6 now in 4 of his first 5 Grand Prix appearances. And they're not afraid of wet weather riding, are they? The lads that have come over from Southeast Asia, they do so much training, so much racing, pre-World Championship in these kind of conditions, that your kind of eyes are drawn to the likes of Vedapratama, back of the second row in 6th place. The Malaysian Hakim Danish, 6 places further down in 12th spot. Is today their day to shine?
Could quite easily be. Well, Brian Ariarte starts from 7th on the grid. Had he not exceeded track limits on his last lap of Q2, he would have been on pole. What are his chances? Jack's with him.
Brian, going into the unknown a little bit here for everybody. It was a great weekend so far in the dry conditions. Do you think you can translate that into these wets?
Well, in the dry conditions, we did a super good job. I think we worked really hard for the dry conditions, as I said, but now it's different. So yeah, just build the race, try to stay on the bike and yeah, enjoy the maximum, because I think I already showed that in wet I'm fast, but this is a different track, different conditions. So yeah, just manage with it and let's see.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Brian Uriarte. We just saw there on the front row of the grid, Joel Kelso, the 10th different riders so far this year to start a Moto3 Grand Prix on the front row. No top 6 though in 7 Grand Prix since his home podium in Phillip Island. That was his only podium since this very Grand Prix here last year, when the only lap that Joel Kelso didn't lead last year was the most important one, the last of all. 3rd across the line he was, of course, but pushed back to 2nd place after David Munoz was given a late penalty for irresponsible riding on that run down to the final couple of corners. So Joel Kelso, he knows the way to the box here in Le Mans.
Yeah, 5 career podiums for Kelso, and the first of those did come in wet conditions. Here's David Munoz, another fine rider. Remember in Motegi last year when it wasn't full wet, but it definitely did rain during the race. It was Munoz that took that as the opportunity to bolt clear at the front of the field and end up winning that Grand Prix. And we definitely know that David Munoz, whatever the weather, is not backwards in coming forward, so watch him closely on Road 2.
Brilliant performance, wasn't it, last time out for David Munoz. Only declared fit on the Thursday of the Spanish Grand Prix weekend, and there he was, right in the thick of that intense battle for the podium places. There is Brian Uriarte then, who for a few seconds yesterday Thought he'd taken that first pole position before he was busted for the track limits. No great damage done to his chance of the podium here this afternoon, heading that third row in 7th place at the back of the front row. And we know he's a bit of a wet weather specialist, nothing to lose really in terms of the championship. What can Joel Kelso do here at Le Mans Day? Well, I'd like to say he's a jack.
Yeah, he is indeed. Joel just chatting to the team 10 minutes before the warm-up that gets underway. How are you feeling, Joel? I imagine this is an opportunity for you.
Well, I don't know about that. I feel a lot stronger in the drive for sure, but we'll see how we get on today. We'll give our best and yeah, see how the conditions go.
Did a few sighting laps. What did the track feel like?
Pretty slippery, like always in the wet, but you just never know. Like, as in compared to the others, you just don't know how the grip is. But yeah, we'll try our best and we'll see how we get on.
Good luck. Have a good one.
Cheers, mate.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks, Joel. Can he be the first Australian Moto3 winner in 12 years since Jack Miller triumphed all the way back in 2014? 19th front row start for the 22-year-old from Darwin. Sounding quite confident. It's going to be tricky in these first laps to get yourself up to full racing speed in conditions that you've very little experience of so far this weekend. Fortune, you feel, is going to favour the brave in this 13-lapper.
We saw Alvaro Carpe a moment ago. He rescued his Saturday by coming through Q1 yesterday to qualify 8th. Next to him is Matteo Bertelli in 9th on the Level Up MTA bike. The MTA KTMs are split through this grid. Bertelli 9th, his teammate Joel Esteban, perhaps the big shock, the big disappointment out of qualifying yesterday. Of course, already a pole sitter so far this season is the young Catalan. He's all the way down in 20th place.
Got to go a long way down as well to find our season opening Grand Prix winner, David Almanza, winner in Buriram from pole position. He's down in 13th place on the grid for Dynamo Intact Grand Prix. And for just the second time in what is his 31st Grand Prix start, 19-year-old Brit Eddie O'Shea has qualified inside the top 10. Very British-like conditions, it feels, doesn't it? So expect Eddie O'Shea to shine, and we know that Scott Ogden's a pretty decent wet weather rider as well. Fellow Brit Ogden on the CI Prix Green Power KTM. He's firing away from the back of row 6 in 18th.
Well, we're speaking to people who should know, particularly those who've watched that young man who just disappeared off screen in Red Bull Rookies, Hakim Danish. They tell us that in the wet, Danish is dynamite. Of course, Malaysians do have a bit of a reputation, don't they, in these conditions. Let's hear then from Eddie O'Shea. Best dry qualifying of his Moto3 career. Eddie's for Jack.
Yeah, brilliant job yesterday, Eddie, to be here on the front of the 4th row of the grid. How are you feeling ahead of this one?
Thank you, Jack. I feel pretty good. The three out laps we did just then, I felt pretty strong. The last time I rode in the wet was in Sachsenring in qualifying, and we managed to stick it on the front 3 rows. So I feel pretty strong. I think it'll be a battle of survival, especially in the last corner. So yeah, I think it will just be a race of chipping away and staying towards the front.
Good luck. Have a good one.
Thank you, Jack.
Yeah, thanks, Jack. Thanks to Eddie O'Shea. Best of luck to the Brit. He just mentioned that tricky final corner. That was really treacherous, wasn't it? Last year in the Grand Prix, Fabio Quartararo, Brad Binder, Jack Miller were all crashing out of contention in what was a real greasy, really slippery turn number 14. So it sounds like a few of the riders were sort of going to be a little bit wary of that Recordamon section. 4 Hondas, though, inside the top 10 here today. Honda winless, though, here in Le Mans. It's another Brit, John McPhee. Took Honda's last win here in Le Mans back in 2019.
And the good point that Vedapratama made when he spoke to Jack on the grid is that that's the one corner on this circuit that they've not been able to really push through. Because, of course, when the sighting lap process is underway, you're not allowed to come down the pit straight. Because, of course, many riders and team personnel might already be there. So you've got to go straight up pit lane, and of course when you then come onto the grid you're not going to be going particularly quickly through there either. So the first time they tackle that Recordamon final corner in anger will be the end of the first lap of the race.
There'll be some tiptoeing through that turn 14 on the first couple of laps, and that's for sure. Hard to believe it's very heavy cloud cover and such dodgy weather around here for the Monthé after blazing sunshine we've had on Friday and Saturday. I was told by the locals here when they were setting up pre-event that it was pretty wet at the start of the week. A lot of torrential rain fell earlier on this week. Now then, David Almanza 13th, David Munoz going away in the middle of the second row, 5th place. Let's get the thoughts of that pair's team boss, Peter Ertuğ.
Yeah, 2 men that have had some pretty strong wet weather running in the past. What is going to be key here, Peter, do you think?
Yeah, it's sure not easy to build up the feeling, but it's the most important to get the feeling for this condition, to find out the slippery places, and in best case to finish the race in a good position.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Peter Oertel. 8th on his return in Jerez for David Almanza, the 19-year-old Spaniard. Been on the floor twice already so far here this weekend. The crash at turn 8 on Friday afternoon, a crash at turn 3 yesterday morning. 5th he was in the Grand Prix here last year, Almanza, which at the time was a career best, and at that time only his 2nd ever top 6 in Grand Prix. Bit of work to do though for Almanza heading that row 5. Ahead of Valentin Perrone and Cormac Buchanan.
Yeah, a few unknowns in this Grand Prix. You saw one a moment ago, that was Jesus Rios, who of course went out and qualified for his last one yesterday with the tyre warmer still attached, which didn't help his cause.
So after what was some very torrential rain about an hour ago, fell just as the MotoGP riders were going out on their traditional pre-lap rider parade. They got a right drenching, didn't they, on the back of the bus, but they weren't going to disappoint the expected 100,000 fans here in Le Mans today. But for the last half an hour or so, that rain has certainly cleared and eased off. As you can see from these live pictures, looking at Scott Ogden, it is just starting to brighten up there into the distance as you look back to the sort of final sector, turn 14 there, the Recordamont corner. We are expecting a little bit more rain to fall maybe later on this afternoon. Clearly, though, as you can see, that torrential rain which did fall 50 minutes an hour or so ago is going to mean this 13-lap Moto3 battle is going to be on a full wet track.
Of course, the shortened distance could potentially penalise those who are starting further back, don't have the time that they would have expected to come through the field. Here's one of them, Casey O'Gorman, 19th on the grid for the young Irishman, the lowest qualifying so far of his Moto3 career, although there are very, very good reasons for that. He has been on the floor 3 times already this weekend, but we know O'Gorman certainly shows up on Sundays. Points finishes in 3 of his 4 starts so far.
Yeah, one of those 3 crashes was at a crucial time of the weekend down at La Chapelle in Q1 yesterday. So they've still got the raincoats on, they're prepped, the young brothers are already in prime, but let's hope they don't need them for a few hours. Because Johan Zarco, you just know that he's sat in his motorhome right now and he's been fancying these conditions big time. Only 5 minutes then to restart. If you are just joining us live at the top of the hour, expecting to see Moto3 action already underway here in Le Mans. Well, there's been a slight delay after the rain fell around 10 past 10 local time here in Le Mans. It's just gone past 11 a.m. local time in the morning, and we are due for lights out in about 2.5 minutes time.
We often see it in dry races. It'll be even more important in the wet conditions. At the start of this Grand Prix, that Dunlop chicane is lethal at times. So important for the 26 Moto3 starters to get through that first chicane safely.
4 top 10s in his last 7 Grand Prix for Joel Esteban, so it is something of a surprise to see him stuck down in 20th place on the grid. He's in between Casey O'Gorman and Ryusai Yamanaka, who's having his issues on the MSI KTM so far in 2026. 14th place in Goiânia is the only points finished so far for the 24-year-old Japanese rider. Further back, 22nd place on the grid, River Cold Snipers Team Honda rider Nicolo Carraro. One surprise name on that row of the grid as well is Enrico Salmella, the Finn, who started his World Championship career in excellent fashion. The 18-year-old, a crash at turn 2 on Saturday morning. Lowest qualifying of the season so far for Salmella. Joel Kelso then, he's fired up and ready to attack for his first Honda podium for MLAV Racing. Kelso on the front row for the 19th time in his World Championship career. World Championship leader Max Keles on the middle of the front row of the grid. And his fellow Spaniard, can a Honda win in Le Mans for the first time in 7 years? Adrian Fernandez has a great shot as he on the Leopard Honda launches away from pole in Le Mans.
13 laps then at Moto3 in the wet at Le Mans. Now 5th from pole sitter of the season, Adrian Fernandez leads from points leader Max Keles and Joel Kelso for Honda 3rd. Marco Morelli a career best 4th for Aspar ahead of David Munoz and Vedapratama. 2nd row start for the 4th time in 5 starts. Brian Ariarte lost pole yesterday to track limits. He's 7th ahead of teammate Alvaro Carpe and Matteo Bertelli 9th for the 2nd Grand Prix running on the grid. Best strike qualifying for Eddie O'Shea 10th ahead of Guido Pini, who crashed in Q1 and Q2. Hakim Danish completes row 4. Almanza, Perrone and Buchanan on row 5. Jesus Rios, Adrian Cruzes and Scott Ogden on row 6. Got a home Grand Prix for CIP. 3 crashes this weekend for Casey O'Gorman, who lines up 19th ahead of Esteban and Yamanaka. Carraro, Salmella and Moodley on the 8th row. And completing our grid of 26, it's Leo Ramastorfer and Zen Mitani.
Pretty cool, as you can see from those temperatures here. Air temperature only 13 degrees. The heavy cloud cover certainly not helping dry out this Bugatti circuit very, very quickly. Quite a lot of spray we saw from the rear tyres of the field as they powered up through the first couple of corners. You can see there the spray from Alvaro Carpe's KTM. Looking back to Guido Pini, who had a real torrid time last time out in Jerez. All the momentum he gained from that breakthrough first victory over in Cota in Texas, well, it was lost. A crash fest for Pini over in Jerez and the DNF. And he's been on the deck 3 times so far this weekend as well, the 18-year-old Italian. Looking for a bit more momentum back into his championship charge with a massive home Grand Prix coming up for him in Mugello at the end of the month. There is Max Keles. 9 riders so far this season in Moto3 have been in Parc Ferme on the podium at the end of Grand Prix. Only one of them has been on the box in all 4. It is the world champion leader Max Keles. Can he be the first rider in Moto3 to start a season with 5 successive podiums? Brad Binder 10 years ago, back in 2016. I think Mari Fignaz and Louis Salom, other riders that had that accolade. Keles in bang on form in 2026, but this one of his first real big examinations.
Uriarte just lit the rear tyre up coming out of Garage Veda there. Of course, the riders are walking a bit of a tightrope here, even on the warm-up lap, of how hard do they push to understand the conditions and the grip levels. Of course, recognising that this is just the warm-up lap. Eddie O'Shea there trying out a move into the S-Blur there as he piles up the inside of David Almanza on the way to the grid.
Eddie O'Shea will be hoping that's not a move he has to make at the start of this Grand Prix, because if it is, it means he's going the wrong way. He's 3 places ahead of Buriram winner David Almanza on this grid. Excellent qualifying display yesterday by O'Shea in the dry. What can he do, though, in completely contrasting conditions here for this Michelin Grand Prix of France? A nation expects, as Johan Zarco and Fabio Quartararo go for glory in this afternoon's MotoGP race over 27 laps, coming to pole position though for just the 4th time in his 91st Grand Prix start is Adrian Fernandez. Can any of them make a start like Jorge Martin did in yesterday's Tissot sprint in MotoGP when he rocketed from 8th to 1st by turn 4? What a launch that was by the Martinator. Green flag then has cleared at the back. Max Keles at the moment, your dominant world champion leader. Lights out, and we're racing here in the wet conditions in Le Mans. Adrian Fernandez, a real poor getaway, massive wheelie by the number 31. Fernandez is going the wrong way, Keles going the right way. Kelso immediately up into 2nd place, but it's Max Keles that leads the field. Fernandez is back in 6th now.
Oh, that's Uriarte down already. That's the IO bike. He was making progress around the outside, and he's down 2 corners in.
Massive. Couple of big wheelies. Down. David Munoz has gone down. Early chaos here in Le Mans. These testing conditions already catching out a couple of big name riders. Uriarte was 7th. He's down and out. And David Munoz, who was 2 places ahead of him, has gone down at turn 3.
That's Kelso up the inside of Morelli. We briefly had an Aspar 1-2. Kelso back in the 2nd place. The pole sit has been able to limit the damage somewhat. It was a shocking start for Fernandez, but he is still up in 4th.
Yeah, there was a big initial wheelie off the line, and then there was another big wheelie as well as Fernandez went completely the wrong way. Munoz is trying to get his KTM back into life, but that's going to cost him another crash further down the field. So we're losing riders of plenty already, aren't we? Is it Buchanan? I think Cormac Buchanan then has gone down to the museum corner. Now that's Fernandez. That's a real tidy move. You've got to be confident and brave on the brakes in wet conditions to make that pass on Morelli down into Garage there. This has been brilliant by Fernandez. He was as low as 6 in that first chicane. He's now back in 2nd. A lovely move on Kelso going into Shimano Berth.
Eddie O'Shea told us on the grid it's going to be a race of survival. He was not wrong. Some big movers on this first lap. Danish, who we told you was very good in the wet, 12th straight up to 6th. And Casey O'Gorman, who started all the way down in 19th place, he's up 11 spots on lap 1.
Yeah, Morelli's toughing it out here with Kelso. They're side by side now through the Blur S's. Advantage the 97 of Morelli, who had a sensational second half of that dry Spanish Grand Prix a couple of weeks ago. Really unfortunate, wasn't he, Morelli, to miss out on a podium finish. Further down the field, there is Perrone on the 73 bike. Perrone's come from 14th to 7th.
That's O'Gorman and Danish going side by side through the Recordamont. Perrone was in that battle too. They're just at the bottom end of the top 10. No one down at the Recordamont, which was a corner we knew was going to be potentially troublesome. And Keles has had the dream start. The World Championship leader is 7/10 clear of the chasing pack.
Yeah, nice little buffer that at the front of this pack. No issues with spray, no issues with the vision for Max Keles. We saw how good Fernandez was, though. Brilliant recovery job by Fernandez on that opening lap. Rico Salmon recovered 5 places. He's up into 18th place. Vedapratama's gone the wrong way on that first lap. 6th down to 14th for the Indonesian.
Yeah, David Almanza's also dropped places. He's back to the final point-to-pay position in 15th at the moment. And of course, with the field spread in a wet race, Almanza's already 4.5 seconds off the race lead.
Keles then almost 0.7 of a second faster through sector 1 on this lap 2 of 13. This is through the left-hander of the museum corner. This is where Buchanan went down on the first lap. Down the hill now we go into Garage Fair. Is Kelso going to attack Morelli on the inside? No, sideways goes Morelli, defending that 3rd position. Nothing that Kelso can do.
So KTM leads Honda, leads KTM, leads Honda inside the top 4. It's the second gap then back to the next group, which is being led by Carpe, who came from 8th on the grid, 2nd of course at the moment in the World Championship. Then Bertelli next along, who's also made some early progress, of course, with 2 falling ahead of him. He's up into the top 6.
Keles looking really comfortable at the front of this Grand Prix. 3/4 of a second he was briefly through the 2nd sector on this current lap. It does look like, though, in sector 3, Fernandez is just starting to make some big progress towards Keles' rear tyre. In fact, he did. Whether there's a mistake there from Keles, O'Gorman. Well, unfortunately, that is a crash quartet here in Le Mans for Casey O'Gorman. 3 crashes coming into this French Grand Prix, and he has gone down the road on lap 2 of 13 after a brilliant start. He comes charging through into the top 10. O'Gorman down though for 6:58.
He's making such good progress. Such a shame that this is lap 2 of 13 then being completed. Keles' lead has been cut in half as Fernandez sets a 1:53.951. Gap down from 8/10 to 4/10 now, and the championship leader now starting to hear that Leopard Honda closing in.
Yeah, he's the only rider in the 53s is Fernandez. That was a brilliant second lap. Absolutely fantastic second lap, and this is where it all went wrong from the start for Fernandez. Well, he's going to be leading this Grand Prix very, very shortly, but look at that, 2, maybe 3 big wheelies. There was so much air between his front tyres, he powered away. David Munoz there comes through on the inside. Uriarte's on his outside there. Let's have a look at Uriarte. Was there contact, minimal contact with him and Munoz, or was just on the slippery part of the circuit? And then Munoz, having to Uriarte go down on his left-hand side going into the first corner, has gone down.
We've lost Perrone too. Perrone has crashed while we're watching these replays. That's Buchanan high-siding at Museum, but we've lost Perrone, who was running in 7th place for the home-based Tech 3 squad. He has rejoined, we're being told, but Perrone, here he is now down at the back of the field.
Race of survival, this one, isn't it? Race of survival already. Turn 3 than it was into that first chicane we just caught out Perrone. This is just going to be a classic front-end washout, isn't it? Whether it's rain or dry, that turn 3 is so difficult. Long time since you've been on the left-hand side of the front tyre. He used to have a lot of temperature drop out of it, and down goes Perrone. Back at the front then. Here is Keles now. He's got big problems coming here. Has Kelso gone wide? I was going to say, Kelso's disappeared out of your picture. There's Keles having a good long look at the big screen there on the right-hand side just to see where Fernandez is. So have we lost Kelso? Yeah, Kelso's just tumbling down the tower now. That's heartache for Joel Kelso, who was really up for the fight here in that podium battle.
Yep, Shimano berth, turn 9, went straight off down the escape road, and Kelso, who was starting to just get detached a little bit from that top 3, desperately trying to keep contact. Unfortunately, he's now out of contention too.
6th rider already. We're only on lap 3. The 6th rider who has crashed out of this Grand Prix. Perrone has rejoined. So too has David Munoz, albeit 2 laps back. Got a bit of sunshine threatening to poke through the heavy cloud cover here in Le Mans. Keles has just steadied the ship at the front. In fact, thankfully, a 1:53.523 is now Morelli's going to go on the inside of Fernandez. That's going to be tight. Fernandez will have the inside line. No! Morelli's front tyre rubs Fernandez's rear tyre. That was close on the exit of that first chicane, but Keles had a brilliant third lap, a 1:53.523. That half a second he lost on lap 2 to Fernandez, well, he took it all back on the third lap.
They've got another faller somewhere at the Dunlop chicane. Yellow flags out in the first sector. It's Nicola Carraro who's brought those out on the number 10 bike. His teammate, though, Rios, on the other Snipers Honda, is another of our big movers. He's up from 16th now up into the top 10. And Pratama also recovering from that dreadful start. He's now back into the top 10 in 9th.
Keles has got his head down here, hasn't he? He's now 1.2 seconds clear of Fernandez, who's got it all on to deny Aspar a 1-2 here. They drop down into Garage Fair, the turn number 8, which really does tighten up on the exit, and now you've got to be certainly feathering that throttle. Don't want to sort of launch yourself into orbit, losing the rear coming out of that turn 8. Here's Morelli just trying to avoid a little bit of spray. not going to be anywhere near close enough to attack Fernandez on the brakes into Shimano Berth. So Fernandez and Morelli fighting it out for second and third. A bit of a duel here then for fourth and fifth between Carpe and Bertelli. Pini's had a good ride. Pini's come from 11th up into the top 6. Scott Ogden's being dragged along for the ride as well. We know how good the Brit is in wet weather conditions. Ogden, 18 for 7, and now Carpe's gone down. Alvaro Carpe, and we were just talking about the battle he was having for fourth place with Bertelli, and he's going to lose it. Is he on the rear? Oh, he is. Just the rear snapping sideways on the gas.
Oh, that's Morelli.
That's Morelli. It is. It's
Out
Morelli.
of third place. Well, get to the checkered flag and you'll score some points, boys, in this one. We're losing runners quickly, only 13 laps, but we've already had near on double figures worth of riders on the floor. So the riders who started that lap in second and fourth have both crashed out.
This is an awesome job, this, by Keles. Absolutely awesome. Back-to-back fastest laps of this damn Grand Prix now. A 1:53.369 his last lap. Saw him extend the advantage to 1.7 seconds. He took about a second out of Fernandez on that last lap, and the last couple laps in particular. Bertelli that now has been bumped up to third place. Pini's fourth. Scott Ogden on for what would be a very rare top 6. In fact, Ogden's on course for an equal career best finish at the moment. Go back to the wet Grand Prix in Termas of 2023. Carpe pits, and that's the first big mistake that Carpe's made so far this season.
Yeah, I'm trying to get to the bottom of that indicator. It's saying long lap penalty next to Bertelli's name on the left-hand side of your screens. There's no reflection at the moment on our timing screens of that, so hold the phone on that one. He hasn't on our screens, on the timing screens of the commentary box, been given a long lap penalty, so if he is, we'll inform you of that. So at the moment, Bertelli runs a very solid third place. In fact, even if he did get a long lap, he'd still retain that third place because he's now over 3 seconds, 3.7 clear of Pini, and Bertelli is basically an empty tarmac at the moment. Pratama and Esteban have now passed Ogden, so he's now back into 7th place, and of course what is CIP's home Grand Prix.
Don't see Carpe on the floor too often. That's his first fall in the Grand Prix since Mandalika last year. Morelli's also been on the deck as well. He's been fortunate enough to remount. He was down in the final sector. At that stage, he was having a real good fight with Adrian Fernandez. In fact, he briefly got back into second, and then just in the blink of an eye, as soon as he carried any kind of lean angle, trail braking into turn 13, an unlucky 13 for Morelli. But here is Keles. Hammer down for the killer. Over the line we go. A 1:53.613 from Keles. Fernandez has just put in his best lap of the Grand Prix behind him, but that was still 0.3 of a second slower. Matteo Bertelli in third place. It has finally come up in our commentary box position. He has got to serve a long lap penalty. He took the shortcut at turn 10. So Bertelli has to come through the long lap while he's in third place. He's 4.3 seconds clear of Pini, so he might actually still do the long lap and come out in third.
Yeah, the long lap penalty is down at Garage Fair. I guess the big jeopardy for Bertelli in these sort of situations is taking that long lap penalty without either crashing or overshooting that particular long lap penalty loop. So important for Bertelli. Yellow flags are going to come out in the first sector 2. As I mentioned, if you get to the checkered flag here, you're going to score some points. Is that a second crash of the day for Brian Oriarte? It is. He crashed at turn 2 early on in the Grand Prix. Now add turn 3 to the list.
It's been a Saturday and a Sunday to forget in many respects as far as Oriarte is concerned. Track limits cost him what he thought was a fairy tale first pole position here yesterday, so he's been on the floor at turns 1 and turn 3. Bertelli comes straight in then for his long lap. Got to be careful through here. It'll be interesting just to see. He's going to clearly drop back into third place, so no major damage done as far as Bertelli is concerned.
What he's got to be careful of, though, is who's behind him. Look at it, Vedapratama on the number 9 on the Team AG bike. He's setting personal best at the moment, doing low 54s. Bertelli was doing mid 53s before the long lap, so Bertelli has had the pace over on this Grand Prix to pull clear again of Pratama, but he can't afford a mistake now. We're only just now approaching half race distance.
Here's Esteban lining up a move into the blur races on Pini. Beautifully done, beautifully done. There's nothing that Pini can do about that at all. This has been a top-notch ride by Esteban. He started this Grand Prix in 20th place, and now then he's put himself up inside the top 6, up into P5 now. Scott Ogden there with a watching brief further back. 7th place is the Brit. 2.3 seconds now is Keles' lead at the halfway point of this Grand Prix. Once again, he's just so much quicker than anybody else on circuit. The only rider actually now that's faster on track than Keles Watch out for him on the number 9 bike. It's the Indonesian Honda Team Asia star Vedapratama, a 153.637 as he tries to hunt down Betelli for 3rd.
Another rider to watch is Cruces on the 2nd of the CIP bikes. Here he is on the number 11. He's also doing 53s. Briefly, we saw a yellow flag indicator come up there again at the top of the screen. They might as well just keep it up on the screen at this stage, as we now see Sal Meller on the 27 bike near the high siding, and that's going to allow O'Shea back into the top 10.
Well, he was lucky there, just plonked straight back onto the seat, did Sal Meller, just asking a little bit too much of the throttle there, and while he was still carrying a bit of lean angle on the exit for big wheel spin for the Finn. He's still going to get a chance to finish this Grand Prix. Through the museum corner we go. Just having a quick look at Keles' advantage over Fernandez halfway around this lap 7 and 13. It sort of settled around that 2.2, 2.3 second barrier. Fernandez pushing as hard as he can, pushing as hard as he dares, but just cannot get anywhere near Keles.
In response to, that's a crash there. I think that's for Rios, is it, on the 54 bike? Because we've already lost Carraro in this Grand Prix, so both of the Snipers Hondas are now out of the race. But Betelli is responding to the long lap penalty. Already on this lap, he's extended his lead by a further half second back over Pratama, at least in the first 2 sectors. At least that might close back up in the remainder of this lap. So Betelli knows he's got to keep the pace up here, having lost 3 of his 4-second advantage over Pratama if he wants to maintain that podium.
Pretty hectic battle this from 8th downwards. You can just see Cruces there on the 11 bike. He is in P8. He's got Almanza for company behind him. Sal Meller, despite his big scare on the exit of turn 4, is still right in the thick of this group as well. He's just behind Eddie O'Shea there on the M-Lab number 8 machine. Adrian Fernandez as Matteo Betelli has just fired in the best lap of the Grand Prix, a 152.941. That might have crushed Vedapratama's spirits in the podium battle, because that was half a second quicker than the Indonesian. Brilliant lap by Betelli. First ride in the 52s.
With that sort of pace, if he keeps that up, he might still catch Fernandez yet and retake or close back in on 2nd place. He was a second quicker than him on that last lap. Side by side again. This time it's Sal Meller trying the Jorge Martin trick, going around the outside of Eddie O'Shea. Sal Meller retakes 10th place.
Scott Ogden's crashed out, unfortunately. Scott Ogden was running in an excellent 7th place, but he's another victim to these perilous conditions here in Le Mans.
And it's got even worse for CIP, by the way, because Cruces, as you can see left-hand on your screen, he's now got a long lap penalty. Can only assume he's also taken a shortcut. So a poor 5 minutes for Alain Bronek and company.
Mistakes galore in this Grand Prix so far, but none that we have seen, at least, from the brilliant Max Keles, who's going to be delivering another knockout blow potentially here in the early championship charge. This could be win number 3 out of 5 so far this season. He hasn't yet finished lower than 2nd in a Grand Prix, has he? Adrian Cruces then at the long lap penalty.
Where's he going to feed out after he serves that? He's going to drop right to the back of his queue behind Yamanaka, I think. So it's going to drop him from 8th all the way back potentially to 13th place. So that's a costly little shortcut that Adrian Cruz has taken. It's a shortcut right here in the middle of the Shimano above. So easy to do. You just jump across the tarmac on the inside. Oh, big high side there now for Rico Sal Meller, a cartwheeling KTM, and the Finn is now out of the race too.
Well, he's tried it once before, and that time around he didn't get away with it. Big high side that then for Sal Meller on the gas. That's where Carpe, of course, got caught out as well. He's got to give that one up. Nothing he could do about that one. This is going to be a vicious high side, isn't it? Look at that wheel spin from the rear. Pitched out the seat, and Rico Sal Meller's French Grand Prix comes to a premature conclusion. At the front, your race leader Max Keles. This is very familiar territory for Keles. This is now the 17th Grand Prix in his short 23 race career that he's been at the front, that he has led. I mean, he just looks absolutely immaculate. He looks on rails, doesn't he, the Aspar rider?
A rider with no obvious weakness at the moment, the World Championship leader. The 2 fastest riders on track by a mile at the moment are Betelli and Pratama, 3rd and 4th. They're battling each other for a podium, but they're both catching this man quite quickly. Adrian Fernandez, if the Leopard team haven't informed you already, they need to tell Fernandez that he needs to pick this pace up. It continues to lose around 3/4 of a second to a second a lap on Betelli, who's 4 seconds behind him. There are still 5 laps, including the one they're on, remaining in this Grand Prix.
This is going to be emotional this is going to be a huge result potentially for Matteo Bertelli, because he's had the 12 months from hell. Straight after he had his breakthrough first Grand Prix podium in Austin last year, he suffered multiple career-threatening injuries in a training accident in Italy straight after that Cota podium. Missed a whole bunch of the 2025 season. So there'll be a lot of people willing Bertelli and the Level Up MTA KTM squad to a podium here, as Cruz says then, having completed that long lap.
Although one nation that certainly won't be cheering Bertelli on at the moment is Indonesia, as they're eyeing another podium for Vedapratama, although that gap has opened up again on this last lap. That's the pace that Bertelli's doing below 53s. Pratama's having to set near fastest laps each lap to catch him, and at the moment on this current lap, the leader's extended to over 2 seconds. So Bertelli at the moment looks like he's got Pratama under control.
Fernandez had recovered half a second on Keles through the first 3 sectors, but it's Bertelli who's really picking up his pace here. Really upping his rhythm is Bertelli. A 1:52.688 is now another new fast lap of this Grand Prix. Bertelli's the only rider that's been in the 52s in this Grand Prix, and he's doing them for fun at the moment. Further back then is Yamanaka. Cruz has dropped in behind him, having served his long lap for the turn 10 shortcut. Cruz immediately strikes back on the Japanese rider, but this pace by Matteo Bertelli, 3.3 seconds he is behind your race leader Keles, but only 1.4 behind Adrian Fernandez. 4 laps to go. He's got the time.
Yeah, he can certainly close that one in. Who else is making progress? Esteban's also doing personal bests on the KTM, the second of the MTA bikes. They're 3rd and 5th, 53.4 for Esteban. The problem is the 2 fastest riders on circuit are the 2 immediately ahead of him, Pratama and Bertelli. So all Esteban's doing at the moment is gapping Pini behind him in 6th. Then we've got Almanza at 7th. He's going to battle with O'Shea. Danish for 7th, 8th and 9th. That, as it stands for Eddie O'Shea, would be the best result of his Grand Prix career.
You can just see now how quickly this Le Mans circuit is drying up. Barely any spray, if any at all, is being kicked up off these Pirelli tyres here from these Pocket Rocket Moto3 bikes. I mean, if it stays as is, we might even be getting potentially dry conditions later on this afternoon for the 27-lap MotoGP battle. There is Joel Esteban. What a day this could be for Level Up MTA. Both of their rides at the moment inside the top 5. Some serious hard work to get himself there from Joel Esteban, having started down in 20th place. There's been a bit of chaos, a bit of carnage unfold ahead of him, but he's kept himself upright on 2 wheels, and he might get some big reward here.
I think Fernandez has responded on this lap. Let's see what kind of lap time Fernandez has done. He's done his personal best lap of the Grand Prix on a 53.4. Only lost 4 tenths on that time to Bertelli, so gap down to 2.7. 3 laps to go. So Fernandez clearly did get the hurry up from Leopard, and he's heeded that instruction.
Looks like Bertelli has got Pratama covered off as well. They both did 53 flats, so no progress made at all on that previous lap by Pratama. He's got a pretty big advantage, almost 1.7 seconds to Esteban. As we're looking at a rider at the moment who just keeps getting better and better, not just race by race, lap by lap, almost corner by corner. He grows in stature, doesn't he? Max Keles, the number 28, the 18-year-old Aspar rider, is on course to be the first Moto3 rider to start a campaign with 5 successive podiums in 10 long years, since Brad Binder did it in 2016, the season that Brad completely destroyed the Moto3 field. The South African eventually going on to be crowned world champion, and 5 races in to what is a very long season, of course, 22 races. We're not going to be calling it judged yet, but 5 Grand Prix in, and Max Keles will almost have a 2 Grand Prix advantage in terms of points heading to Barcelona next weekend.
He's the only rider displaying a level of consistency at the moment in this Moto3 class, and that's why the lead is ballooning as much as it is, because there's no consistent threat to him at the moment. Fernandez, as it stands, of course, he is on for back-to-back second places, so he's the closest at the moment to make any sort of challenge. And of course, with Carpe out of the Grand Prix after crashing early on, that would promote Fernandez up into second place in the World Championship.
It's not easy. It's not easy at all when you're racing at this level, the pinnacle of World Championship racing, where you have to say at the moment, Max Keles is making this look an absolute cinch. He is making it look so easy, so comfortable, so calm. so confident. Over the line he goes. 2 laps then between Keles and his 3rd victory in the opening 5 Grand Prix. And you can see the conditions are definitely improving, because Keles has just found his best lap of the Grand Prix, a 1:53.326. Just making sure, no, Adrian, you're not getting any closer to that, mate. That's as good as it's going to get for you.
Yeah, Adrian Fernandez did take victory the last time he started from pole position in Moto3. That was the final race of last season. It doesn't look like he's going to repeat that feat unless Keles makes a mistake, and those have been in short supply so far this season. Patelli doing absolutely everything he needs to do at the moment. He is keeping the pressure on Fernandez, or I'm not sure whether that really is Patelli's motivation at the moment. It's all about keeping the gap to Vedapratama. That gap is now 2.5 seconds. Pratama looks like he's going to have to settle for 4th place.
O'Shea's eye-catching Grand Prix continues. He has just set his best lap of the Grand Prix so far, a 1:54.357. So he looks still very much locked and loaded for his first ever top 10 finish in World Championship racing. He's got about a second to defend ahead of Adrian Cruces, who's recovering ground after his long lap penalty. Keles then now powers down towards the Shimano S's. You can see there, just only a few sort of scattered damp patches now on the circuit as Fernandez drops the left leg, gets the Leopard Honda settled on the brakes. Got to be careful here on the exit. We've seen Carpe and Salmela lose the rear on their KTMs. No dramas for Keles and Fernandez.
Cruces is continuing to recover from the long lap he served earlier on. He's just passed Danish. He's back into 9th place. Might still have some time to get up ahead of Eddie O'Shea. He's closing him down quickly. And of course, O'Shea is right behind Almanza. So Cruces could still recover up as high as 7th in this final lap and a quarter.
Through the final corners we go then, and we're on to the last lap here. Max Keles with a wet weather masterclass so far from the World Championship leader. Just 4.1 kilometres remaining for him to complete a 3rd win in the opening 5 Grand Prix. It's been brilliant stuff once again by Keles. He starts this last lap 2.1 seconds clear of Fernandez. Surely it's job done.
Top 2 exchange personal bests, 53.2 for Keles, 53.0 for Fernandez, and that has very much put any hope of Patelli chasing him down for 2nd place firmly in the rear view mirror. This is Pratama leading Esteban. Is Esteban closing this down? Not really. The exchange 53.9s on the last lap. The leading 5 in this Grand Prix in a completely different lead to the others. Perhaps Cruces is the only other one who's doing similar pace in the mid-53s as he recovers from that long lap penalty.
Some performance this once again by the rookie Pratama. He does see the checker flag, which we certainly hope he does, and it certainly looks like he will do. Then it will be yet another top 6 finish for the rookie. 5th in Thailand, on the box in Brazil, 6th last time out in Jerez, and potentially another top 5 beckoning here as Max Keles in cruise control here at the Bugatti circuit in Le Mans. Surely this is going to be win number 6, podium number 14. He's going to have a little bit of time just to back out of it here, take no unnecessary risks in this final sector as Keles crushes them once again.
Throw whatever you want at him, be it penalties, be it poor qualifying, be it wet weather. He has an answer to it all. The Moto3 field at the moment are asking the question, how do you beat Max Keles? The answer at the moment is you don't.
This is going to be another maximum points all for Keles. 115 out of the opening 125 points have gone the way of the superstar Spaniard in the making. 1 corner left for Max Keles to take a brilliant, dominant wet weather victory here in the French Grand Prix. He celebrates with a stand-up wheelie. Keles standing tall at the top of the Moto3 World Championship. His advantage stretches to almost 50 points after just 5 rounds of the season completed. Fernandez takes 2nd from pole position. Matteo Bertelli, what a podium for the Italian. His first in over a year after coming back from career-threatening injuries. What a moment for Bertelli and level of MTA. Pratama is inside the top 6 once again in 4th. Esteban from 20th up to 5th. Great ride by him. Pini completes your top 6. Cruces, after his long lap penalty, is 7th out of Almanza. Eddie O'Shea takes his first ever Grand Prix top 10 in 9th. A top 10 completed by Hakim Danish. Points for Perrone, Yamanaka, Morelli, Ramersdorfer's first points in World Championship racing, and Brian Uriarte. So Perrone, Morelli and Uriarte do score points bizarrely, despite crashes in that Grand Prix, Uriarte 15th, he fell twice.
Yeah, went down at both turns 2 and 3 and still picks up a World Championship point. Strong ride that from Adrian Fernandez. It kept his head after what was a rotten start for him. Managed to get through that first lap in the end unscathed in 4th place. And on a day where it was proven, because so many did, it was so easy to make a mistake, Adrian Fernandez kept his head. His reward is 2nd both in the race and in the World Championship.
First time yesterday, Max Keles found himself on the front row of the grid for the first time in back-to-back races. First time now in his Grand Prix career, he takes back-to-back victories and his iron grip in this year's World Championship. Well, it shows no signs of being relinquished, does it? Great job that by Adrian Fernandez. Solid, a very, very solid weekend for the Leopard Honda rider. He takes his podium tally to 9 now in Grand Prix racing, and he is emerging as Keles' closest threat, although it isn't really all that close, is it? Unfortunately, 46 points is the massive buffer that Keles will take to his home Grand Prix in Barcelona next weekend. Not a good day at the office at all for Carpe, a rare mistake in conditions that were very easy to make a mistake, and we have to say Carpe crashed out when he was 4th. A good battle with Bertelli, and we saw what Bertelli was able to do later on in the Grand Prix and seal the podium. So a case of what might have been for Carpe.
Yeah, so many riders will be reflecting on that Grand Prix and saying, if I just kept it on 2 wheels for the entire 13 laps, what might I have achieved? Kelso, of course, he was as high as 4th. We have Morelli, who crashed out of 2nd place, didn't he, in the end in that Grand Prix. Carpe, he was also in that top 6. O'Gorman was really making fast progress on the field in the early stage before he crashed out of that Grand Prix. It was a real test of rider skill and bravery. That is something that Max Keles has in abundance.
Yeah. At the moment, he is just on a different level. It doesn't matter whether it's a dry Grand Prix, a wet Grand Prix, or changing conditions like that French Grand Prix was here today. Keles is your star of 2026. Double top 6 for Leopard Honda. That is a pretty good job when all said and done as far as Guido Pini is concerned, because he had a real bruising weekend here in Le Mans. 3 crashes coming into the Grand Prix, rescues a top 6. And Vedapratama, well, the top 6s, he just keeps racking them up, and he keeps racking up the big points as well. Back up now into 5th place in the championship. 13 points going his way here today, this afternoon, up to 50 points now.
And he dropped way out of the top 10, didn't he, in the early stages? Had a poor first lap, did Pratama, and then had pace that really only Bertelli was matching in the second half of that race. So had he had a little better first part of the Grand Prix, maybe Pratama could have been in that podium battle, but his time, well, of course, one podium already in his career, but he will be up there several times in the future.
It's top 10s in all 5 Grand Prix now so far this season for Adrian Fernandez. Consistency which is building him towards a title challenge, and this is going to feel fantastic. This is going to be feeling brilliant right now. There's Alessandro Tonucci, MTA boss, congratulating Matteo Bertelli. Of course, at the top level, it's those riders that sometimes get all the attention, all the headlines, quite rightly so. Marc Marquez and Jorge Martin having their own special comeback stories in MotoGP. But in Moto3, across all 3 World Championship classes, there are stories of adversity, stories of sacrifice, stories of never giving up. And Matteo Bertelli, what a podium that is for him. Let's get the thoughts of a level of MTA boss Alessandro Tonucci and what a performance by Matteo Bertelli. He's with Jack.
Yeah, Alessandro, just talk us through what the last 12 months have been like for Matteo, and I imagine how much this means to him and the team.
Yeah, it has been the last year very, very difficult, especially for him, because it was a big injury. Nobody knew if he could come back to race, or also his life maybe was compromised. So I think it's a really beautiful story at the moment. So we have to keep continuing like this, because it means many races. But at the moment we keep this moment, very beautiful moment, and we are really happy and great. Thank you to all the team. Congratulations to everybody.
Congrats.
Thank you.
How dominant has Max Keles been? Look at that, most points in the first 5 Grand Prix of the Moto3 season. Well, Max Keles has taken more than anybody else in history. 115 out of 125 he has collected so far. Brilliant that. I love that interview with Alessandro Tonucci and Jack. The Keles steamroller rolls on.
Of course, the 2 races he didn't win, he could quite easily have won those too, couldn't he? Lost at the last corner to Almansa in Buriram, the first race of the season, in one of the closest ever Moto3 finishes, and led for so much in Austin before he was ultimately shuffled back down to 2nd place. So Max Keles had 1 or 2 other moments gone his way, a couple of twists of fate. Max Keles could have still been unbeaten in his Moto3 season. He is so difficult to beat. And at the moment, Moto3's collective riders in this field are finding it rather difficult to find an answer to that.
See down in Parc Ferme there, an embrace between our Jack and Matteo Bertelli. What a special podium after a terrible year for the Italian. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Matteo, the last 12 months, I imagine, have been the toughest of your career from the injury standpoint, but mentally as well. So just how special is this return to the Grand Prix podium?
Yeah, it's a very special podium for me. I did the last lap, started to cry. It's like incredible, but I'm super happy. Thanks for all the work of the team, and let's try to keep pace, you know. So.
Huge congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Well, we said it was going to be an emotional podium. Thanks for that interview, Jack. It really was. Tears in his eyes inside the helmet on the final lap. He's been to some real dark places in the last 12 months. As Alessandro Tanucci said, it wasn't just a question mark about whether he was ever returned to Grand Prix racing, whether he would ever be back at the top. It was about whether he was able, those injuries were going to potentially affect his everyday normal life. Brilliant as well to see double MotoGP world champion Pecco Bagnaia, factory Ducati superstar, coming to congratulate Matteo Bertelli. Back-to-back podiums, back-to-back 2nd place in 2026 for Adrian Fernandez from pole position. Let's get his thoughts with Jack.
Adrian, another brilliant ride in the wet, in the dry in Jerez, now in the wet here in Le Mans. The start wasn't perfect, but you regained your composure and your rhythm so quickly. How proud are you of this result?
Yeah, I am very happy for taking the 2nd position, but always stay Keles. It's really difficult to win one race with Keles, but I try to the next race to win the race.
Great job, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, he's building a consistent challenge, that's for sure. The only problem is, he's somehow got to work out how do you conquer Keles in the Moto3 World Championship this season. Good ride though, that. Didn't get flustered, didn't lose his composure, which was but easy to do after a dreadful start. There was a couple of real big wheelies off the line on that Leopard Honda. He was 6th going into the 1st corner, got himself immediately back up to 2nd by the end of lap 1. That was as good as it got, but in terms of the championship, 20 very important points for Adrian Fernandez. But right now, Max Keles seemingly unstoppable, unbeatable in Moto3. Back-to-back wins for the first time in his career. Let's get his thoughts for Jack.
Max, that's now 3 wins out of the opening 5 rounds. You can do it in the dry, you can do it in the wet. You're feeling unbeatable at the moment.
Well, yeah, it's been incredible this beginning of weekend of championship. And yeah, really happy with the race. It was really difficult conditions with really little grip, but I could control more or less and I could win. So it's amazing to win here in Le Mans with other people. That is crazy how many people. So this makes me get happier even.
Another incredible ride. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, another incredible ride in really demanding conditions. Full focus, full speed. Full points at the end of that French Grand Prix for Max Keles. Brilliant celebration as well. Always love it when you get a nice stand-up wheelie. That is a familiar sight. CF Moto Aspar Moto3 mechanics celebrating Max Keles' success. 125 points up for grabs so far this season. He has only dropped 10. The only rider on the grid who's got a 100% podium finishing record so far this season. You know how good he is in Barcelona as well. Who's going to be able to stop him in Catalonia?
Might feel slightly premature. He's of course not won the World Championship yet. We're only at round 5, but I think of the records that David Alonso set with that Aspar team a couple of years ago. At the moment, it feels like Max Keles is on the kind of run which might see him close in on some of those records. David Almansa, of course, the only other rider to lead the World Championship so far this season, led after the first Grand Prix, which he won in Buriram. 8th place, by no means a disaster, given that he qualified in 13th place on the grid. He and Eddie O'Shea were both passed by the fast-finishing Cruces on the last lap.
I'm sure just relieved to see the checker flag there. David Almanza is still working his way back to full fitness. This is on the very last lap. Into Shimano berth we go. Almanza had the advantage at this stage over Cruces in this fight for 7th place, but just a little bit slow on exit. Cruces had by far the better late race speed, and fair play to Adrian Cruces, rebounding from his long lap penalty, a shortcut into that Shimano berth Estes. As the top 3 then come to the podium celebrations. As Max Keles said, a special feeling to win here in Le Mans in front of a capacity crowd. Yet another win for CF Moto and for Aspar. It looks like they, once again, how many times have they done it? They have unearthed yet another diamond in Max Keles as the podium celebrations commence here in Le Mans.
Glorious day, of course, for Aspar, also for CF Moto. Matteo Bertelli, though, will take a while to wipe that smile off his face. 2nd career podium. As we've already touched upon, he's not just had to rebuild his career, but rebuild himself, given how serious those injuries were. Adrian Fernandez, well, said to Jack that he was out there to win today. Was unable to do that because winning is something that is pretty much saved exclusively for Max Keles right now in Moto3. Now takes him to 6 career wins, his 3rd from 5 starts in 2026. It does feel like we're on course for another record-breaking season from an Aspar Moto3 rider. It's a very special podium as always, of course, here at the French Grand Prix at Le Mans. Nicolas Lemon, the general manager of the ACO, will present the 3rd place prize for Matteo Bertelli. Equals his best career finish from Austin a year ago. That will feel like a serious reward for all of those dark hours and days of recovery and recuperation. 2nd place, 2nd Grand Prix in a row for Adrian Fernandez, 9th career podium for him. Moves him up to 2nd place in the World Championship. Truth be told, it is not a particularly close 2nd in the World Championship because Max Keles, whatever you throw at him, the kid is far, far too good. Keles extends his World Championship lead with a runaway victory at Le Mans.
Max Keles, the Moto3 winning machine in 2026, continues his sensational start to the new campaign. 46 points clear in the World Championship. He has scored the most points after the opening 5 Grand Prix of any rider in Moto3 history. There has been many a good name, many of them currently operating in MotoGP right now, who trod this very path before. But none of them have had the kind of early season success that is coming the way of Max Keles. That'll be cheering up Marc Marquez as well back at home in Madrid before he has operation on his foot and shoulder. That's the reason why Marc and Alex Marquez have taken Max Keles under their wing. Talent meets talent as the top 3 celebrate their podium finishes. Special stories for different reasons for all 3. Adrian Fernandez starting to show some serious consistency as he acknowledges the support of the French fans. What a story, what a journey it has been as well for Matteo Bertelli. This time 12 months ago, he was lying in a hospital bed in Italy, wondering whether he would ever race a motorcycle again. Will he ever get to taste and savour these special moments? There he is, as he mentioned, tears flowing inside the crash helmet on that final lap. As we head to Catalonia, it's Keles dominant once again.
Same 1-2 as in Jerez. Keles from Fernandez. Matteo Bertelli third to become the 10th different podium finisher in 5 Grand Prix in Moto3 this year. Pratama fourth from Esteban and Pini. Adrian Cruces, despite a long lap, 7th, passing Almanza and O'Shea on the final lap. That is his first career top 10 for Eddie O'Shea. Danish 10th from Perrone. Yamanaka, Morelli, Ramersdorfer, first Moto3 points for him, and a point despite decking it twice for Brian Uriarte. Zen Matani 16th ahead of Riche Moodley, and David Munoz, who was another early faller. He remounted to finish 18th. Ogden, Salmela, Rios, Kelso, Carpe, Carrara, O'Gorman and Buchanan on a long list of retirements, all crashing out. What it all means for the World Championship. Max Keles extends his lead now up to 46 points. Carpe scored nothing today, which promotes Adrian Fernandez up into second. Perrone holds on to fourth, although he's now just 2 points ahead of Vedapratama, who leapfrogs his fellow rookie Marco Morelli. He, of course, fell out of second place today. Championship, KTM of course have only dropped 5 points this season. That was through Pini's victory for Honda in Austin. Their lead over Honda is 28 points. And it won't surprise you to learn that CF Moto, Gaviota Aspar also lead the team standings. Their lead over Leopard is 48. Have some highlights, which I suspect will feature quite a few crashes. It was certainly a race of survival in Moto3 today. 18 of the 26 starters made it to the checkered flag, and several of those crashed en route. Wasn't a good start though for Adrian Fernandez. Watch the 31 bike moving over to the left-hand side, front wheel off the ground, and momentum lost, along with several positions on the run to the Dunlop chicane. Brian Uriarte was one of the early fast starters, but as he tried to go around the outside of both Fernandez and Munoz, he crashed in the middle of turn 2. Munoz, running fourth there, would only make it one corner further round before he dropped it at Dunlop. Elsewhere further back, we lost Valentin Perrone at Tech 3's home Grand Prix. He would pick it back up to score points in 11th place. Chuck Kelso, he was in a battle for 4th place before he crashed at the Shimano Burf, a corner that would also catch out Alvaro Carpe. This would see him lose 2nd place in the World Championship. Losing 2nd place in the race was Marco Morelli. Any hope of an Aspar 1-2 disappearing at Recordamont. Matteo Bertelli had taken a shortcut, which landed him a long lap penalty. It didn't cost him a podium, although potentially might well have been able to chase down Fernandez for 2nd place. Perhaps the most dramatic high side of the afternoon was for Rico Salmela as his KTM cartwheeled into retirement. There wasn't even a hint of a mistake from the World Championship leader Max Keles, who was still only dropped just 10 points in this 2026 Moto3 World Championship. His lead over Adrian Fernandez now 46 points after a 3rd win out of 5 in 2026 for the runaway championship leader Max Keles.
Well, that's our Moto3 coverage here in Le Mans completed. Good race there. What a way to start our Michelin Grand Prix of France. Next up, of course, it will be the latest instalment in the fight for Moto2 glory in 2026. That's coming up in about 7 minutes' time, back at the top of the hour at noon. So we're going to take a little bit of a breather. Don't go anywhere. They will see you at noon for Moto2 coverage here in Le Mans.
opportunity.
Yeah, but it's not the 100%.
No, not done yet.
Not now the 100%. No. We'll see.
Good luck in this one.
Grazie, ciao.
Grazie, ciao, Lucio Salucci. Grazie, ciao, Jack Appleyard as well, conducting that interview with the Italian Valentino Rossi's right-hand man, of course, for so many years. Watch this space, I guess, is all we can say as regarding Fabio Di Giannantonio's future. Yeah, if you believe the gossip columns and some words coming out of some senior figures at Ducati, he's off to pastures new next year. Very strongly linked to KTM's factory squad with Alex Marquez next season. He's seemingly had offers to go to a couple of different teams. Trackhouse are pretty well monitoring his situation. This is contact at turn 4 yesterday. Pretty hefty old contact as Jorge Martin somehow charges through on Marco Bezzecchi, clattering into Pecco Bagnaia's right knee from the left-hand side of Fabio Quartararo's factory Yamaha. Of course, those two have had some battle royales down the years. At the checkered flag, Pecco Bagnaia second for the 3rd sprint in a row, and Fabio Quartararo, brilliant performance by the Frenchman, who was similarly all at sea on Friday, down in 17th place, wasn't it, at the end of the play, or end of situation on Friday. And Fabio Quartararo then sporting that absolutely beautiful, drop-dead gorgeous home run livery. His best sprint since Portimao last year.
Yeah, he did his home fans proud on Saturday. Remember, he started today in qualifying 1, and we weren't really liking his chances, it has to be said, at getting through that session until he topped free practice 2. And it certainly does feel as if he's settled on a setup that he's pretty happy with. Of course, he's not perfectly satisfied with where that V4 Yamaha is at, but certainly the best weekend that Fabio Quartararo has had and the best sprint result that he's had so far this year. Can he back it up with his best Grand Prix result? Hasn't finished any higher than 14th so far on a Sunday. Quartararo, guess we'll be eyeing the top 10 today.
Well, he's won a sprint from 7th place so far this season, Jorge Martin. He did that, of course, in Austin, Texas. Can he win a Grand Prix from 7th? Of course, he moves up 1 place with Marc Marquez's injury absence. And just check this out. Watch in awe as Jorge Martin avoids the slow-starting Fabio Di Giannantonio. Straight away he's through on Quartararo, Mir and Acosta. And then he's lining up this super special move. Just look at this. Around the outside of Marc Marquez, a 7 times MotoGP World Champion, Pecco Bagnaia, a double MotoGP World Champion, and the World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. Breathtaking manoeuvre this by Jorge Martin. Let's hope he's watching it on these screens inside the Aprilia garage. Marco Bezzecchi said he could hear an engine on the outside, but the last thing he expected to see picking him off for the lead through turn 4, it was the number 89 of Jorge Martin. That start, that brilliant ride around the outside and through, the best riders in the world, best riders ever to compete in MotoGP, saw Jorge Martin take his 18th sprint victory. That's a new record. The start was good. The midpoint of the race was brilliant. The finish was exceptional. Some sprint by the Martinator.
And can he do it again this afternoon? Can he do anything like that in the first 4 corners of today's Grand Prix? Of course, perhaps doesn't have to be quite as hasty today, but I'm sure if he can do the same, he will. Saw from that replay, he was already past Di Giannantonio, Acosta and Quartararo before he'd even clicked up into 2nd gear. That Aprilia, of course, take nothing away from what Martin did once he got to Dunlop, but that Aprilia is clearly the fastest bike off the start line. Remember back in Jerez when Bezzecchi made his way straight through into 2nd place and Martin got himself up into the podium battle on the first lap. And of course, if it wasn't Martin that was going to lead on that first lap, it would have been Bezzecchi. So Pecco Bagnaia, no doubt, it'll be in his mind as he leaves the start line. He's going to be under siege from Aprilias.
So just as he did in Phillip Island, Sepang last year, and the back end of 2025, flying solo for the factory Ducati team is Pecco Bagnaia. He's looked back to his best, hasn't he, this weekend? Pecco, he had his best Friday of the season here in practice, but Marco Bezzecchi, a big obstacle in front of Pecco as he looks to win his first Grand Prix since the Japanese round in Motegi. What a weekend that was for the factory Ducati team on the occasion that Marc Marquez did win his 7th World Championship. But factory Ducati success has been few and far between in recent weeks. They have not had a podium now in the last 9 Grand Prix. Their worst running well over a decade. As Marco Bezzecchi looking for a bit of revenge. He wants bragging rights back, doesn't he, in that factory at Aprilia garage, because there's no question about it, one of the major threats looming for Bezzecchi in this year's championship is coming from close quarters, from the opposite side of that factory at Aprilia garage. 6 points is the tight gap between Bez and Martin. Could be an interesting management proposition. How do Aprilia handle two top riders fighting for the top prize in global motorcycle racing?
Yes, as we go through this season, this is just round 5 of 22. They are for sure going to be battling over a lot more than bragging rights once we get to Valencia late in the season. Pedro Acosta, I'm sure we're pretty keen for that graphic to disappear off the screen. That's not a record that he wants to break today, but I guess we can't rule it out. Pedro Acosta starts from 4th place on the grid. Did say on the eve this weekend he feels his bike is mega in the wet. Doesn't look at this stage, although there is still another half an hour until lights out for this all to change. Doesn't look as if he's going to get a wet French Grand Prix. So can Pedro Acosta get himself in amongst the Ducatis and Aprilias up ahead of him on the grid in the dry?
He has scored at least one podium in a Grand Prix weekend in 8 of the last 10, be it in a sprint or a Grand Prix. So he has got great top 3 recent form, has Pedro Acosta, but he was biting his lip when he saw that graphic on the screens in the factory KTM garage. A rider who did winning for fun in Moto3 and in Moto2, but this is going to be MotoGP start number 46, and he does remain winless. So a record he's going to try and rectify very quickly. Long odds on Alex Marquez winning back-to-back Grand Prix after his Sunday brilliance in front of his home crowd in Jerez last time out. It's been a tough weekend so far for Alex. Not helped, of course, by a tip-off yesterday. His lowest qualifying in 13 since the Hungarian Grand Prix last year as well. And some painful memories of this French Grand Prix last year for Alex, because he crashed twice in that flag-to-flag battle.
Yeah, podium on his first visit here back in 2020 in wet conditions, of course, but hasn't been on a Le Mans podium, certainly not a Sunday podium since then. Was a sprint podium finisher here last year. Zarco for president, it says there on the sign up above the Honda box. I'm sure there are about 100,000 who would also give Joan their vote. What about Joan Mir, who now gets promoted up onto the 2nd row on the factory Honda? We had a face full of Fabio Quartararo's Yamaha in a different livery to that one yesterday, and Mir just could not find a way past the flying Frenchman. Onto the 2nd row and looking to try and bank some useful Sunday points today as the 2020 world champion.
58th sprint yesterday for the 28-year-old Spaniard. That was only the 4th time he has finished inside the top 6. He was just happy to see the checker flag last time out in Jerez, wasn't he, Joan Mir? First time in 2026 that he has got to the finish line after DNFs in Thailand, Brazil, and over in America. And he's pretty confident, actually, Mir was saying, in his potential today in a dry race, which, as it stands, I'm sort of looking rather tentatively skywards to see if there's any threat of rain. Doesn't really look like there's anything going to be threatening Le Mans anytime soon, which will be good news. Maybe not such good news if you're a fan of Joan Zarco. But, yeah, Joan Mir feels like he's potentially got the pace to fight for the podium here this afternoon.
I feel it's essential that he clears Quartararo's Yamaha on the first lap if he's to fight for that. Ayagura, well, he didn't seem too confident when our colleague Elliot York asked him about a podium challenge tomorrow. He felt that was going to be too difficult. I guess that was when he thought he was starting 9th rather than 8th, so potentially a little less of a steep hill to climb for Ayagura today. Once again, it feels like we're going to be getting to the end of a weekend and saying if only Ayagura had qualified higher. 3rd row for him for this Grand Prix, but we know he's got very strong pace the longer it goes. Of course, he did come through the order ultimately to take 7th in yesterday's sprint.
5 top 6 finishes in MotoGP so far for the 2024 Moto2 world champion. 3 of those have come in our first 4 Grand Prix. He's been liking P5 a lot this year, hasn't he? Agura-san 5th in Buriram, 5th in Goiânia, and 5th last time out in Jerez. His podium potential at the moment is being compromised by his qualifying performances and his confidence in particular on fresh rubber. On new rubber in time attacks is something that Agura-san is going to have to step up, and just when the rubber is fresh at the start of race as well, whether it be a sprint or a Grand Prix, just takes that little bit of time to find the confidence, maybe a little bit longer to just generate the optimal temperature in the tyres underneath him. But when he does get going, Agura's got pace as quick as anybody in MotoGP right now.
27 laps ahead of us. That is an awful long time for Ayagura to make his way up towards the podium. He's come from the 6th row in a Moto2 race to finish on the podium here in the past, so he does have previous of launching a Sunday rescue mission from deep on the grid. Sighting lap is underway then, and once again it is a bumper French crowd here this afternoon. They've had to go through all sorts of seasons already today, from the pouring rain after warm-up. The sun briefly did start to peek through the clouds during late Moto3, early Moto2. We're sort of in the middle of those at the moment, but as it stands, this huge crowd on course for a dry Grand Prix. Let's head down to the grid and hear from a Formula One star from this part of the world. Racing Bulls, or Red Bulls, Isak Hadjar is with Jack.
Yeah, absolutely. Great to be joined by Isak. I remember chatting to you last year, different conditions today, but once again, I imagine that you're loving this French atmosphere and supporting the home heroes in Fabio and Johan.
Yeah, I mean, the weather is still threatening, so we never know what can happen, but yeah, you know, I'm here to support my friends, and it's always a pleasure to see all the riders doing what they do the best. It's always very impressive.
I know you spend a lot of time chatting with Fabio, you're very close with him. How do you rate his chances, and what do you make of the effort he's putting in this year, and obviously not a package he would like, to be honest?
I mean, we all know how talented he is, and you know, when the bike gets a bit better, he makes the most of it, and I think it's showing this weekend. They found a bit of improvement, and he's doing really well. He's doing the best he can. Hopefully things go his way, and he can bring one out of podium. It's going to be very tough, but why not?
And just finally, what do you make of MotoGP? I know that you love coming and experience it. There really is nothing quite like it.
I mean, as a kid, you know, it was very simple for me. It was Ayrton Senna, Valentino Rossi, the guys I was looking up to. So obviously I chose Formula One in my life, but I'm still a huge fan.
I'll have to get you on one of these bikes one day. Great to see you here. Enjoy.
Thank you.
And great to another Formula One superstar, Isak Hadjar, enjoying the home Grand Prix experience here in France. Of course, current Formula One world champion Lando Norris, we know he's a massive MotoGP supporter. I'm sure he's tuning in, watching the action at home as well. Well, unfortunately, after his best sprint yesterday, a 14th at the checker flag, not what he wanted, of course, but triple world superbike champion Toprak Razgatlioglu's very tough introduction to MotoGP continues. We can see there clearly on screens smoke billowing out of his V4-powered Pramac Yamaha. A race on now for Toprak, just to be in this race, Lewis.
Yeah, the pit lane closes in 2 minutes' time, so Toprak quite clearly won't get out in time for that unless he's been able to find a very fast lift back to the pits. As you can see there are wet tyres on his second bike, so you'd imagine this bike is also set up for wet conditions. So Toprak, essentially, he'll be hoping that we don't have a flag-to-flag Grand Prix, because he will not have a second bike to jump on.
Yeah, whatever for Toprak Razgatlioglu starts this French Grand Prix, and he will have to finish it because there's going to be no spare machine available for him. And of course now, with all the smoke that was pouring out of that Pramac Yamaha, the marshals are on the scene just to make sure that there was no fluid being dumped on circuit as well. All like from the replays, as soon as Toprak realised there was an issue, he got off the circuit as quickly as he possibly could. Obviously experiencing some kind of issue as he came out of garage fair. 15th in Austin, the only time we've seen the 29-year-old Turk trouble the point scoring places so far this season. On the front row of the grid then, Toprak has quickly got back.
They just had to send him out on, I guess, the wet shot bike, and then they'll just change the setup once he gets to the grid.
He knows. Toprak Razgatlioglu now is just hoping and praying that there is no rain, because he's going to be in a whole world of pain if it does chug it down here in Le Mans. Let's go back down onto the grid then. Third in the World Championship is today. He breaks his winning duck in MotoGP. KTM star Pedro Acosta with Jack.
Pedro, just having big conversations with your team on the grid. What were they about?
Well, not quite an easy decision which tyre to use today, but anyway, we'll be allotted today.
In terms of the weather, you don't think there's going to be any rain coming? Should be dry?
Don't look quite okay, but anyway, we will manage.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Pedro Acosta as we run through the grid.
Pecco Bagnaia, Marco Bezzecchi, and of course Fabio Di Giannantonio. Now your front row with Marquez ruled out. Soft front, soft rear certainly is the initial information. Also for Acosta, Quartararo and Mir on the second row. Martin, Agura and Alex Marquez make up your third row. Zarco, Rins and Raul Fernandez on the fourth row of the grid. Bastianini heads row 5 from Luca Marini and Frankie Morbidelli. Next up, we will have Toprak Razgatlioglu. He can start from 16th. He did get back out of pit lane before it closed. Diogo Moreira and Jack Miller join him. Fermin Aldeguer, Brad Binder and Jonas Folger, who's into the injured Maverick Vinales, complete our grid, which of course with Marc Marquez ruled out is down to 21 riders.
Nico Salucci, VR46 Plus, made a very good point to Jack a few moments ago, didn't he? I mean, yesterday's sprint was running by Le Mans standards, tropical conditions. It was 24 degrees ambient temperature. Track temperature through that sprint was 38 degrees. It's a lot cooler, much chillier ahead of this Grand Prix, so it doesn't look like anybody feels it's worth the risk over the longer distance going for the hard front. Is that the key last minute decision? Do you go hard front or do you go soft front? The soft front certainly you'd think would be the preferred pick in these cooler conditions. You'll lose stand up or straight up braking performance, you'll lose stopping performance, but you'll certainly have the better turning, the better edge grip with the soft. And it looks like at the moment, as suspected in the cool conditions, the cloudy conditions, the soft front is going to be the option.
Well, Jorge Martin said on Friday that when he ran the hard front tyre, it took him 3 to 5 laps to get temperature in the left side of that front tyre, because it's a predominantly right-handed circuit around here. Joan Zarco, though, well, his main thought will be about trying to do the 100,000 French fans proud. He goes from 10th on the grid. He's with Jack.
Yeah, he is indeed. I'm sure lots of memories flooding back from 12 months ago. Looks as though this one will be in different conditions. There's a huge crowd here, Joan, all hoping you can put smiles on faces. What can you do today?
It's going to be a dry race. I think we won't have enough of rain to swap to the rain bike, but if I can get the same good feeling as on Friday, I think I can enjoy a nice race with the top 10 and with a decent pace. Starting on the fourth row doesn't give any chances for the podium, so that's why I'd like to enjoy a good pace and take the points of the top 10.
Have a great race.
Yeah, mercy for speaking to us, Joan, in this high-pressure situation ahead of his home Grand Prix. And not sounding sort of too optimistic about his chances of being the King of Le Mans once again, but not too pessimistic either as well, was he? Although, clearly he feels like we are not going to get any rain intervention in this Grand Prix. Although, as he just mentioned, it seems like a long time ago now, doesn't it? Only a couple of days ago, though, on Friday afternoon, Joan Zarco was fastest here in front of his home crowd. You do feel if he's got any chance of fighting close to front, any chance of back-to-back Le Mans podiums, he's going to have to be really aggressive at the start. He's got to nail the start, in particular, coming from that fourth row of the grid. Anything, though, can happen in MotoGP. Anything can happen in Le Mans. We're not expecting rain, but 24 MotoGP races in the modern era, half of them, 12, 50%, have either started wet or rain has started to fall. It's very unpredictable, the elements in this part of the world, so never say never, Joan.
Particularly in the month of May. There's Fabio Quartararo then, of course, the other rider with so much home support here this weekend. He goes from the middle of that second row in 5th place, and yeah, tough ask you feel for Quartararo to hang on to that over the longer race distance today. This is, of course, another Yamaha where a lot of hard work is going on Toprak Razgatlioglu's bike, because clearly that was the bike that would have been set up in the eventuality that he needed it in wet conditions. So they've got some frantic activity now to make sure that it's set up for the dry.
We've talked about track out of Prulia rider Ayagura's brilliant race pace. Can he fight his way through and get himself in the podium battle? Let's get the Japanese star's thoughts for Jack.
Third row of the grid for this one. Looks like it's going to be dry. As always, your race pace looks really strong, so what's possible today?
Well, of course, we need the safe condition at the start. It's a different position from yesterday, so yeah, you know, just do what I can out there and see how it goes.
Have a good one.
Thanks very much, Jack. Thanks to the 25-year-old Japanese rider Ayagura. Qualifying has not been a disaster, has it, so far this year for I? Straight into Q2 in all 5 Grand Prix so far, but the problem is when he is in Q2, he sort of finds himself too far down at the wrong end of it. 11th in Texas, 11th in Jerez, and once again he was stuck down the wrong end of Q2 yesterday. Toprak Razgatlioglu's crew then are under the pump, aren't they? They've got to change tyres, they'll be changing brakes, they'll be able to change mappings on wet settings in that bike as well. Pedro Acosta then, 3rd in the World Championship. And he be in the victory hunt here this afternoon. Let's get the thoughts of Pedro's crew chief, Paul Trabatama, Jack.
Yeah, we just heard from Pedro walking off the grid, Paul. He said it's going to be a tough front tyre choice. Have you made your mind up, and what are going to be the keys behind that decision?
Yeah, I mean, it's on the edge, you know. And but the big thing, with the softest, you're really going to have to manage it. The guys who used it in the sprint was already too much. In these conditions, it's really tricky with the hard. So it's you got to go with your gut feeling and try to understand if you're further back, it's easier to make the choice because you've got more bikes around you. But you know, with the way the tyre rule is and the way the tyres are, they need some help sometimes, you know. So it's a gamble either way.
Okay, good luck.
Thanks, mate.
Pedro Acosta said it was a lottery. His crew chief Paul Trabathan says it's a gamble. Are they going to make the right pick to get Acosta in contention here in this French Grand Prix? Pedro Acosta, 2nd he was in the Grand Prix in Thailand, 3rd he was in Austin. Let's quickly go back down to we're going to go down quickly to Jadwal. I'm not sure we can just pick it up with him just as yet. He's busy running around down there on the grid, trying to catch as many people as he can. Enea Bastianini, well, his sprint came to a premature ending yesterday. The beast, of course, 2022 French Grand Prix winner here after that brilliant battle with Pecco Bagnaia. Well, there's been already some pre-Grand Prix drama, hasn't there, for Toprak Razgatlioglu. Looks like he is going to start this 27-lap battle. Let's get some thoughts from his boss, Gino Borsola, Jack.
Yeah, sorry for that false start. I was just running across to grab a word with Gino. Looks as though everything okay for Toprak. Is he going to start all okay?
Yeah, for sure he will start with a different bike, but we start just to change the setup from wet to dry. Should be okay in about a few minutes. Okay.
I don't think we're going to get any rain, but there is the threat. If we do, is that second bike ready to go, or is he just going to have to stay with this one?
I don't think so. We need to check, but same we have some problem related to the engine, so I don't think so. We can have a chance to start the bike again.
Okay, thanks, Gino.
Thank you.
So Toprak Razgatlioglu and his side of Pramac Yamaha are just going to be praying that we don't have a flag-to-flag situation for the Turk, because that would be a nightmare scenario. He chucks it down the rain, he starts on slicks. Well, he's got no choice but to stay out there, really, has he? There's Acosta. Just getting information about another phenomenal French Grand Prix attendance here in Le Mans once again. 2nd year in a row. Last year was the first time ever in MotoGP history which we had a weekend attendance of over 300,000 fans, 311,797 to be precise. We've got 302,149 fans have come through the gates here this weekend. It is a must-see event. It's a bucket list Grand Prix, isn't it, this one, in Le Mans. Rain or shine, the French fans, they always turn out in force. They are always out en masse, whether it be supporting Johan Zarco, Fabio Quartararo. Of course, they are here for the home success, but they love their racing in this part of the world. Let's hope we get another cracker.
Let's head down to the grid then and hear from Fabio Quartararo's crew chief, Diego Gubellini, with Jack.
Yeah, great to chat with Diego. Middle of the 2nd row. Just asked the same question to Johan, so same one to you. There's a lot of fans here that want smiles on faces. What can Fabio deliver, Diego? What can Fabio do today?
Yeah, it's difficult to say. It's the home GP. I just ask him to have extra focus, especially because the weather is critical. Let's see what happened on the 2nd half of the race, because middle of the grid has a hard front, middle of the grid has a soft front, so it's difficult, very difficult to say something.
Thank you, good luck.
Thanks, Jack. Thanks to Diego Gubellini, who I'm sure has also entered celebrity status in this part of the world, given how closely he's linked with Fabio Quartararo. Well, we saw on screens that it would appear Pecco Bagnaia has changed from the soft front to the hard front tyre. Information there on screens is that Jorge Martin, yesterday's sprint winner, has done the same. They're going to be leaving this right up to the 11th hour before they make the decision in terms of which tyre, front tyre, they're going to start on. Everyone surely will go for the soft rear tyre. Well, as mentioned, there are over 100,000 fans here this afternoon for the French Grand Prix. In total, 112,167 of them. And if the hairs are standing up, and if you've not got goosebumps, you will in about 30 seconds' time when you hear 112,000 people singing the French national anthem, Le Marseillaise. It is always one of those standout moments, one of those goosebump-inducing moments on the MotoGP calendar. How must it feel if you're that man, Fabio Quartararo, looking to ride for his nation this afternoon? Let's pause for the French national anthem.
Tyre choice. We've seen Pecco Bagnaia on pole, Marco Beck second out alongside him on that front row, who have decided to go for the harder compound front tyre. Ayagura on the Trackhouse Aprilia likewise, so they feel that there's enough temperature to run the risk of racing that hard as it stands right now. How long they will be on these slicks, given the fact that there's rain in the air once again in Le Mans.
Yeah, it's going to be so important in the early stages to get some temperature into that front tyre. Joan Mir has now also gone across to the hard front tyre. We know Pecco Bagnaia has also made that switch. Let's get a word from Davide Tardozzi with Jack.
Yeah, hard front tyre for Pecco, Davide, but I guess the question is, how long is he going to be on them? Do you think this rain is going to arrive?
Yeah, here in Alemania the weather changed very quickly, so we'll see. It could be a flag-to-flag race or not. The forecast says no rain, but you never know here in Le Mans.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Precisely, Davide. You never know here in Le Mans, do you, what the weather will throw at us. Alex Marquez, another rider, Spanish Grand Prix winner, of course, winner in Barcelona last year. Our next stopover in this year's World Championship scheduled next weekend. Alex will be looking for more glory in front of his home crowd. He too is also on that Michelin hard front tyre. A local announcer, as they so often do here in France. They don't really need to be whipped up into too much of a frenzy, the French fans, but they do a great job of it. Go, Joan.
How must that feel if you're Joan Zarco right now?
He said on the back of his helmet for his special home race helmet this weekend, Zarco did it, are 3 words emblazoned on the back of his shark lid. Well, can he do it once again? As we look at the shark, Pedro Acosta. Is the shark going to be doing a bit of swimming in Le Mans in the next few moments? As it stands, with rain in the air, spots are falling, as Jack mentioned. I'm just looking at the main grandstands opposite our commentary position. Thankfully, at the moment, nobody's going for the brollies, nobody's going for the raincoats. There's Pecco Bagnaia there, without a Grand Prix victory since that brilliant win at the Mobility Resort over in Motegi. He has not had a Grand Prix podium in 9 since that occasion. He's found his sprint podium touch of late, hasn't he, the 29-year-old Italian? But yeah, Sundays have been a real struggle, haven't they, for Pecco Bagnaia.
So here's Toprak Razgatlioglu, who is, I guess, going to be as keen on the weather forecast information as anybody out there on that grid, knowing that if it does rain, he hasn't got a second bike to jump on. He's in a pretty relaxed mood at the moment, chatting to his good friend and Moto2 rider, Denis Sonchu. But if we get rain heavy enough to change bikes, Toprak is in serious trouble.
He looks really stressed out, doesn't he, there? Toprak Razgatlioglu on the grid. Jorge Martin getting himself in the zone. Sprint winner yesterday. Sprint winner back in 2024, and he went on to complete the double. 21 double podiums Jorge Martin has had in his career. He would love a 22nd here today. Could Jorge Martin, depending on what unfolds over what is always a dramatic 27 laps here at Le Mans, leave Le Mans as the MotoGP World Championship leader? Marco Bezzecchi is 6 points clear. There's 5 places splitting them on the grid here ahead of this Battle of Le Mans. You can see there, heavy cloud cover. That's been the story of Sunday so far here in Le Mans. How long is it going to stay dry? Pecco Bagnaia would have been loving the opportunity to fight his teammate Marc Marquez in this Grand Prix. No Marquez though on the front row. We wish him a speedy recovery after his big sprint crash yesterday. On the front row now goes Fabio Di Gianantonio, who had a shocking start in yesterday's sprint. Middle of the front row, World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi looking for a Prix first ever Le Mans victory. Well, there he is on pole position. Pecco Bagnaia on the factory Ducati. There were fireworks in a phenomenal French Grand Prix here at Le Mans, the historic Bugatti circuit back in 2025, as home hero Johann Zarco, in a dramatic flag-to-flag encounter, became the first French winner of his home Grand Prix in 71 years, all the way back since 1954. What an occasion that was. What a day of drama that was in Le Mans 12 months ago. What lies in store, though, now ahead of the 2026 edition of the Michelin Grand Prix of France. 27 laps coming your way on what is, at the moment, a full dry 4.19 kilometre Bugatti circuit. How much longer will that be the case? Well, we're about to find out, because under heavy cloud cover, under threatening grey clouds, we're on the warm-up lap then here, as Marco Bezzecchi looks to extend a 6-point lead in the World Championship. Jorge Martin, a lightning start yesterday from 8th on the grid, saw him complete a record-breaking 18th sprint success. Serious title contender, is he? No question this year goes Jorge Martin. Unfortunately, in this French Grand Prix, unfortunately in this round 5 of 2026, we do not have reigning world champion Marc Marquez. A fracture in his right foot in a bruising late crash at Recordamon in yesterday's sprint. No Marc Marquez today, no Marc Marquez at all next weekend in front of his home crowd at the circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya. A double operation looming for the reigning world champion on both the foot, and to repair some more damage in his right shoulder, not related to the crash yesterday. There are your most recent circuit winners, none more popular than Johann Zarco here last year, when in front of what was a new MotoGP record attendance. He won an enthralling, a thrilling French Grand Prix last year. This is in a turn 13 where Marc Marquez had all of his drama in the sprint yesterday. Is there more fairy tales coming for the French fans? Can Fabio Quartararo get his first podium of the season on the factory MR? He's on the second row of the grid. They line up then on the front row, an all-Italian front row as it is now. Bagnaia on pole position for the first time in 2026. Marco Bezzecchi, he'll be wary of the fast-starting fellow Aprilia in the hands of Jorge Martin, who's looking for his second double win in the last 3 seasons here in Le Mans. And do not discount Johann Zarco. He might need some rain. Will the rain fall at some point in this Grand Prix of France? Round 5 about to get underway. Lights out, and we're racing here in Le Mans. It's a great start from pole position by Pecco Bagnaia as he goes to the gearbox. The front wheel comes down, the smoke though from Bagnaia. Great start by Marco Bezzecchi. Jorge Martin's coming through. He goes in between the Gian Antonio and Bagnaia. Drops back though now, does he, behind Fabio Quartararo. Bezzecchi it is that leads. Acosta's up in 2nd place, and Quartararo 3rd.
Got boxed in that time, did Jorge Martin. Tried to pull the same trick, but the door slammed shut in his face. Acosta straight at the inside of Quartararo. Then it's to Gian Antonio, and the pole's it to Bagnaia. Back to 5th.
Oh, look at this, through into 2nd place. Goes into La Chapelle, goes Quartararo on Acosta into turn 6. The French fans are on their feet. They are already going wild as Quartararo's made the perfect start here. Having a P2.
This is, though, the perfect situation too for the World Championship leader Marco Bezzecchi. Acosta attacking again. Is he up the inside of Quartararo? But he is so good on the brakes. Just as Tran Mir from yesterday. Quartararo is not easy to pass.
Yeah, there's Martin trying to tough it out through garage there with Alex Marquez. It has not been. He got the initial jump off the line in Martin, but as Lewis said, he got a bit boxed in that first chicane. He's back through on Alex. Here comes Tran Mir for a long way back into the Shimano Burfesses as well. He's not able to find a way through, but as it stands, Martin down in 7th.
Exactly where he started in the sprint. Here comes Iagura attacking on the inside of Johann Zarco, which won't earn him any friends here with the French fans, but Zarco fighting straight back again. Yeah, and Luca Marini comes out the worst of that, because a little bit like the Bagnaia Vinales incident a couple of years ago. Aguirre and Marini fighting for the same piece of tarmac. Oh, Zarco's been done dirty there. Big style, hasn't he, by Ralph Fernandez. He got picked up by Fernandez. A couple of corners after he got lifted by Aguirre. This time around it's Ralph Fernandez, and Zarco's been dumped down to 15th. And Bagnaia now attacking Fabio Gian Antonio, trying to make up from another poor start. Not as poor a start for Didier this time around. He's running 5th again as Bagnaia takes in. It is Aguirre, the leading tracker sprint. I think it was twice with Ralph Fernandez that we had problems there for Johann Zarco. Someone's down on the first chicane. I think it's Alex Marquez who's tumbling down our order. Alex Marquez crashed twice here in the Grand Prix last year, and he looks like he's in a bit of pain down at Dunlop.
It's turning into a wretched weekend for the Marquez siblings, isn't it? nightmare for both Mark and Alex. Alex then looks like he might have just been pinned underneath that Ducati GP26.
He's under the right-hand side of the bike, and he was through a left-hander, so clearly a little bit of a strange crash there for Alex Marquez. Back with the leading group, and Quartararo, to his immense credit, is keeping Marco Bezzecchi in range. Our experience so far from the last 6 months or so is when Marco Bezzecchi leads the first lap, he leads them all.
It is over a year now, pretty much bang on 12 months, 365 days since Fabio Quartararo was last on a Sunday podium. He would love nothing more than to get it done here in front of his home crowd. But Pedro Acosta goes on the inside of the Frenchman into the Blue S. Is lovely move that by Pedro Acosta. He can't afford to let Bezzecchi get away here, can he? Bagnaia still there in 4th place. Digia is 5th. Agora's had a good start after his aggressive move on Zarco. He's up there in 6th spot.
And the good news for Acosta is that Bezzecchi, at the moment at least, is not getting away at the front of the race. Fastest lap of the Grand Prix for Pecco Bagnaia in 4th place on a 1:31.4, which matches Acosta's pace immediately up ahead. 2 bikes up the road.
Quartararo significantly is the only rider in the top 10 at the moment that did stick with the soft Michelin front tyre. Now this is going to be helping him. He'd have got it up to temperature a lot quicker than the hard. We know the hard option on Friday was taking 3, 4, 5 laps to find optimal working temperature, so at this early stage Quartararo should not be having those kind of issues. He's on the soft front with Aldeguer, Marini. Zarco also went for the soft front.
So this is Martin, who's now taken Ayagura for 6th place at the start of this 3rd lap, as we now look ahead once again from the overhead shot. That is the leading 5 all in one picture. This is the battle, 6th, 7th and 8th. Martin, Agura and Mir, and Martin now will be aiming to cruise right up onto the back of Fabio Di Gianantonio's Ducati.
Sore neck time here in Le Mans, as well as everybody keeps their eyes on the sky to see what the weather is doing, with rain potentially threatening at some stage of this 27-lap battle. Bagnaia, fastest rider on circuit. How key then has that soft front tyre choice been for Fabio Quartararo? There he is, still locked in that 3rd place, not been able to get back through on Acosta.
Zarco has made some progress from that initial impact that he had with the Trackhouse Aprilias. He's now into 13th place. He's past Morera and he's past Binder on the last lap, but Zarco playing serious catch-up.
Trying to get busy on the inside of the Aprilia of Agura is Mir, the 2020 world champion. We're looking back to now through the double right-hander recorded one where Marc Marquez had his big spill yesterday in the sprint. Bezzecchi over the line, just under 4/10 clear of Acosta in 2nd place. Both Bezzecchi and Quartararo have just fired in their personal best laps of the Grand Prix. Slightly slower though the pair of them were than Acosta in 2nd place.
Whatever they did to that Yamaha on Friday night, it's clearly worked a treat, hasn't it, for Fabio Quartararo, because he's looked a completely different rider since Saturday morning than he did at any stage on Friday. They dropped down into La Chapelle. There was a little bit of instability on the direction change for Marco Bezzecchi as he's trying to get that hard front tyre into its working temperature. Martin said on Friday that it took 3 to 5 laps, so they should be getting it into the right window now.
15th, 16th and 17th. That's where the other 3 Yamahas currently sit in this Le Mans Grand Prix. Upholding honour once again is Quartararo. He said on Thursday it's the support he gets from the French fans, the support he gets globally, one of the most popular riders in MotoGP, which is sort of keeping that fire in his belly at the moment. The results aren't there, the support certainly is, and Fabio Quartararo is using that energy here to put together a brilliant podium charge here in front of his home fans.
It looks at Garage Vera as if Quartararo's going in a little bit hot, but it just gives him the perfect line to then punch that Yamaha out of Garage Vera and ensure that he's not under any kind of attack on the run down to Chemin-au-Boeuf, the 2nd longest straight, I guess, on this circuit. So Quartararo at the moment not exactly hanging on, is he, in 3rd place ahead of Pecco Bagnaia.
Got to go all the way back to the Malaysian Grand Prix in Sepang the last time Marco Bezzecchi did not finish in the top 2 in a main Grand Prix. This is where he's so good, and he's getting on with business here. Marco Bezzecchi, he's just at the fastest lap of this race. Bagnaia on the inside of Quartararo on that long run through the 1st corner. Quartararo trying to fire back immediately. Bagnaia goes really defensive there, didn't he, on the brakes into turn 3. But Bezzecchi getting on with it, a 1:31.380 from the Italian. Fastest lap so far. He's leading now over half a second clear of Acosta.
Yeah, crucial move that, because if you want to win this Grand Prix, you can't spend too much time, with all due respect, up behind Fabio Quartararo's Yamaha that we're not expecting to have the pace to stick around at the front for the entire 27 laps, particularly if all of those laps take place in dry conditions, given he has that soft front tyre on. Here's Martin running in 6th place. He's just under 2 seconds at the moment behind his race-leading and championship-contending teammate.
Curb cam on the inside of Garage Vera picks up the lead group then now, charging towards Pedro Acosta just having a little bit of trouble with a tear off, it looked like, as he went down to the Shimano berth Estes. Just a little bit of a distraction, not that he needs it when he's at full pelt, trying to reel in Marco Bezzecchi into the blue race as we go then. Bezzecchi just under half a second, he is now clear of Acosta. All tightening up, it feels like, in this league group, doesn't it? Don't discount the likes of the Gian Antonio 5th, Martin 6th. We know what great late race pace Agura tends to have on his 79 of Prix as well. He's in 7th, defending against Joan Mir on the factory Honda.
Yeah, and he's only 2.5 seconds off the race lead at the moment. Is Agura fastest lap of the Grand Prix to Pecco Bagnaia. Of course, started the lap with a big slipstream up behind Fabio Quartararo's Yamaha. 31.1 for him, quarter of a second quicker than Bezzecchi, and he's now got his eyes fixed on Pedro Acosta's KTM.
Not close enough. Quartararo struggling at the moment, just struggling for speed and grunt out of that final corner. 1:31.7 on that last lap from Quartararo. That was 0.6 of a second behind Bagnaia. So Bagnaia gained 0.6 on Quartararo, and he passed him on the same lap as well. Is Quartararo already maybe just suffering to run the hot pace at the front?
Well, he's essentially going to be riding every lap like a qualifying lap, isn't he? Fabio Quartararo here to try and keep that Yamaha in and amongst that leading group. But remind you, I mentioned it before the race got underway, his best Grand Prix Sunday finish so far this year is 14th place. So whether he's being aided by the support of his compatriots in the grandstands or whether they've made step forwards with that bike combination of the two, Quartararo in a part of the race that he hasn't been in so far this year.
After being sent to Paris at Recordamon very early on, Johan Zarco got himself up from 15th to 13th, but he's been kind of stuck there, really. Stuck behind the factory Honda of Luca Marini. Fermin Aldeguer in 11th as Bagnaia closes right up on the rear tyre of Acosta here. Surely Bagnaia is going to be lining up the drive here. Is he going to maybe attack going into Recordamon? He certainly looks like he might be close enough. Will he dart to the inside line here on Acosta? We know how good Acosta is at defending. We know how late Acosta is on the brakes. But now Bagnaia, he's going to be real close now to pick up some serious slipstream on the Ducati. They go through the gearbox up to about 310 kilometers an hour through this scary first corner. Now through turn 2 we go, and here comes Pecco on the inside, surely of Acosta, into turn 3. That is lovely. That was set up on, what, 3 or 4 corners before that move was made. He's a little bit wide, though, on the exit of 4. Acosta trying to strike straight back.
Yeah, he had to make that move because Bezzecchi started to stretch clear at the front of the race. 0.8 his advantage at the start of the lap. While that was happening, Gian Antonio took Quartararo into Dunlop 2, so he's now up into 4th place. Quartararo's now got Jorge Martin up behind him. He's now got Jorge Martin up the inside of him. More places lost for Quartararo, back to 6th.
Digi's Ducati was twitchy. It was nervous there as he grabbed the handle of brake going into turn 7. Yeah, Quartararo's tactic here was quite clear, wasn't it? Stick in the soft front, soft rear. Let's just go gung-ho, all guns blazing at the start of this Grand Prix and hang in there for as long as we can. But the slide has started for Quartararo. He is now back in 6th place.
Maybe a bit of a gamble too, hoping that some rain would come so that he could get rid of those tyres and move over to his wet shod bike. No imminent sign at the moment of that happening. So what does Pecco Bagnaia have now? He didn't have the pace to challenge the Aprilia up ahead of him yesterday. Jorge Martin very much had him covered in the sprint. But Bagnaia getting that move done on Acosta. It's still plenty of time to go. We're not even at 1/3 distance yet. It's just under a second the advantage between Bezzecchi and the rider who we expect to be his teammate at Aprilia next year.
There is Quartararo then, started there this lap in 4th. He's going to end it in 6th place. Bezzecchi's gap is just starting to creep up towards a full second. He's 9/10 clear now of Bagnaia. Gian Antonio is running mid-131s himself. Keeping an eye on Ralph Fernandez as well in 10th spot. That's successive PB laps from the number 25, who's starting to try and charge back towards his teammate Agura. Mir and Bastianini also ahead of him.
So once again, it was a lightning start from Jorge Martin. He's right down the left-hand side of the circuit. He's round the outside at the moment of Quartararo and Mir, and then there he just gets sort of caught up behind Acosta's KTM. Has to check up, lose all of his momentum, and that allows Bagnaia around the outside of him, Quartararo up the inside of him, and all the places that he gained in those first 100 metres or so were handed back again.
Sparks flying out there as they go through the first corner. Not sure what was causing that. Something like it was dragging on the tarmac going through turn 1. At the front, though, it is still Bezzecchi from Bagnaia. Future Aprilia teammates, it looks like, in 2027 and beyond. If you believe the headlines, the early rumours are that Pecco Bagnaia has signed a 4-year contract to join Marco Bezzecchi on an RSGP, a new 850cc powered RSGP, of course, next year. As now Agura is really starting to hunt down Fabio Quartararo. Quartararo's 6, That might be P7 very, very quickly. In fact, it is right now. Quartararo gets lifted by Agura, who goes in a little bit hot, and now Agura has lost places to Quartararo and to Joan Mir.
Yeah, I think he'd have been better off keeping an eye on what was going on up ahead of him, because most people have been passing Quartararo into the Dunlop chicane. Agura wasn't prepared to wait for that, and we know how good he is through that first sector, so I think a little bit of impatience there from Agura. We've got Martin and Di Giannantonio getting stuck into each other now into the Dunlop chicane. Di Giannantonio not letting that one go easily.
Yeah, the problem is they are letting the top three go while they have this particular little melee. Di Giannantonio's a little bit offline going through La Chapelle. He's going to cut to a late apex. On the inside he goes. It says thank you very much back through a Martin. This particular battle, though, is playing in the hands of Bezzecchi, Bagnaia and Acosta. Now Martin sends it on the inside of Digia into turn 7.
Bagnaia is really closing in. He took 4/10 on the last lap out of Marco Bezzecchi, and he's dragging Pedro Acosta along with him. This top three starting to close up now.
Said on Friday, you could just see Bagnaia, his body language on the bike, the way he was throwing and wrestling and musting the Ducati GP26 around this Le Mans circuit. It just looked like vintage old Pecco Bagnaia. We've said so often, haven't we, over the last 18 months? Well, is this the weekend where Bagnaia is back? Maybe it's a little bit too early to make that call. We'll move it further into the season, but this, without any question, has been Bagnaia's best Grand Prix so far in 2026.
So how much damage has been done here by Di Giannantonio and Martin's battle? At the start of the lap, they were 7/10 off the back of Acosta. That's now 1.7, so they lost a full second while they were trading elbows into the Dunlop chicane. And are they going to get that sort of time back again? With Bezzecchi doing 31.5s at the front, he actually ended up being slightly quicker than Bagnaia on that most recent lap, responding to Bagnaia's injection of pace. And Martin, now leading that Di Giannantonio group, is 2.5 seconds off the race lead.
We've only got to just look at the lap times. Bezzecchi did a 1:31.5. Martin in that heavy battle with Digia did a 32.3. 8/10 he lost compared to your race leader. Di Giannantonio, well, he did a 32.7, which was 1.2 seconds slower than Marco Bezzecchi. So the pair of them there, of course, is racing, and they're trying to jostle for position, but looks like they might have actually denied themselves the chance to get in this podium battle here.
Yeah, I think they have to call a little bit of a truce to that particular battle now and just focus on what's up ahead. Giannantonio, of course, was crossed, to put it mildly, at the end of the sprint yesterday, given how that unfolded. He won't be particularly happy with life at the moment either, as he sits in 5th place. Quartararo is just about keeping his place there in 6th. He's, of course, having won that initial battle with Agura. He's now back ahead of Mir. Quartararo still holding that 6th place. But look, this group behind Martin takes us all the way back to Raul Fernandez in 10th.
Well, since the panel last year, the only time that Marco Bezzecchi has had to follow anybody and see anybody's rear tyre on a Sunday was last time out when he trailed Alex Marquez in Jerez. This is how Marco Bezzecchi likes to operate. He's right in his comfort zone here. Get to the front early on and then just keep clicking the laps. This is another dibble for Agura on Quartararo. This time around he has made it work. Previous time it was aborted and he lost a place to Joan Mir as well. So working his way back up inside the top 6 is the Japanese start.
So does Marco Bezzecchi at the moment just have an answer for Pecco Bagnaia when he needs it? Consecutive laps now, after Bagnaia took 3/10 out of him, consecutive laps that Bezzecchi has been slightly the faster of the 2 Italians at the front of the field. Acosta is still holding on at the back of this. Now you can see them from the overhead shot. Acosta on the KTM, Aprilia leads Ducati, leads KTM inside our top 3. Just over a second covers the 3 of them, with Pedro Acosta hanging on nicely in that 3rd place. Martin and Di Giannantonio, now that they've called a temporary halt to their particular battle, they're straight back into the 131s.
Marco Bezzecchi, of course, your race leader, the first rider to start a new season in MotoGP with 4 podiums in a row since Marc Marquez did it back in 2016. Yellow flags are out in sector 2. On this Diogo Moreira, unfortunately, well, having taken his first sprint finish, or points finish yesterday, Jorge Martin just worked his way up into the points-scoring places in this French Grand Prix, but he's out on the LCR Honda. As it stands right now, Lucio Cecchinello, Gian Zarco, LCR Honda and 100,000 French fans need the heavens to open here if there's going to be a repeat of Zarco's success 1 year ago, because at the moment Zarco's still stuck down in 13th place, around 6.5 seconds he is back at Bezzecchi.
In fairness to Diogo Moreira, he hasn't done that much in his rookie season. He's been relatively mistake-free. Unfortunately, though, it wasn't even a particularly competitive race for Moreira up until that point. He was battling with top bracket Miller just outside the points. He won't be scoring any points today to add to the sprint point he scored yesterday. We're now coming up towards half distance. This is lap 12 of 27. The top two exchanged 31.5s, 31.4 for Acosta. But crucially, now that he's clear of Gianantonio, Jorge Martin has found his personal best lap of the Grand Prix on a 31.3, and he's pulled a quarter of a second back on the top three. But is it all too little too late?
Yeah, and crucially, he's dumped Fabio Di Gianantonio off his rear tyre. That was the most important thing as far as that particular battle goes. Here is Brad Binder, a long way down the order, suffering at the moment, isn't he, for any kind of feeling and confidence on the factory KTM. Binder starting down in 21st place, well, pushed up to 20th with Marc Marquez's absence, but he's just at the bottom end of the points, going places in 14th, just ahead of Alex Rins in 15th spot. A bit of a Pramac Yamaha battle going on between Razgat Lioglu and Jack Miller, 16th and 17th at the moment, though they're a long way off anywhere near the top 10 once again. The Yamahas, or the Yamahas that are not in control of Fabio Quartararo at least. Really liking the look of Pedro Acosta in this race. He's lost a bit of time though relative to Bezzecchi. Bezzecchi's very good in that third sector, which includes the Shimano berth, but Acosta on board that KTM, of course, was described before the first sprint of the season by Paul Chavatelis crew chief as an animal, and he certainly is an animal on board that KTM. Much more competitive, and it's good to see than he was in Jerez last time out. And Acosta at the moment on course for a record that he won't be particularly proud of breaking. It's for the most podiums without winning a Grand Prix, but the victory is not out of the question yet. It really isn't. Acosta back through the gearbox into this first chicane. And now here's Ayagura. He's fancying a pop at Fabio Di Gianantonio very quickly, isn't he? This will put Agura into P5, which has been his finishing position so far this season. 5th in Thailand, 5th in Brazil, 5th last time out in Jerez. Throwing a 5th place in the Brazil sprint as well. And the top 5s have been very much the liking of Agura. Sam, that might be as good as it's going to get for the 2024 Moto2 World Champion. So there's some French influence in the current rider of the race vote. At the moment, your vote is going to Fabio Quartararo, who's running in 7th place, and he's in a battle that he was very familiar with yesterday, up with Joan Mir. They're 7th and 8th. Mir spent pretty much all the sprint yesterday staring at the rear tyre of Fabio Quartararo, and he's now in for a similar experience. Just got to be patient, hasn't he, Agura? A little bit impatient. He tried to make a move on Quartararo 5 or 6 laps ago and then dropped back behind the Frenchman and Joan Mir. Looks like he has got the pace. We know that Di Gianantonio is not exactly the easiest rider to make a move on in MotoGP. Further back than there is Mir in the battle for Japanese honours at the moment in this Grand Prix. It's in the hands of Quartararo. 7th he sits on the factory Yamaha. Joan Mir 8th, the top 10 at the moment for Bastianini and for Ralph Fernandez. Once again, Bagnaia and Acosta. The problem for those two is they're just running the exact same sort of pace, the exact same lap times as Marco Bezzecchi, which means they just can't get within striking distance. As long as Bez is running mid-131s pretty comfortably, which he is still maintaining, well, then Bagnaia and Acosta, doesn't matter what they do, they just cannot get that gap down to under sort of 6/10 of a second. Once again, for the second lap in a row, it was Martin who was the fastest of the leading four, though, on a 1:31.3. Only a 10.5 quicker this time, though, than his teammate who leads the race. So he's now 2.4 off the race lead and a 2.5 off the back of the podium trio, which is, of course, Pedro Acosta. So still a long way to go, so it's not out of the question yet that Martin can get himself back up with that podium battle. But unfortunately for Jorge Martin, if he's going to challenge Marco Bezzecchi for the World Championship this season, he is going to have to improve those qualifying sessions. Yeah, Bezzecchi certainly steadied his ship on Saturdays yesterday. His first sprint podium of the campaign, having crashed out on Saturday afternoons in Buriram, in Austin and in Jerez. He was throwing away a whole bunch of important points, wasn't he, on Saturdays? But he got a medal around his neck for the first time since Portimao yesterday. We know that there's no problem whatsoever with Bez on Sundays. Is it 145 out of the last 150 Sunday points have been taken by Marco Bezzecchi, which is just a ridiculous streak of form. There's your live championship, potentially a big day this for Bez. He could be, as it stands at the moment, taking 12 points out of Martin. Another 31.3 for Jorge Martin. 2.2 now to the race lead. 1.1 behind Acosta. Acosta and Bagnaia were fractionally slower than Bezzecchi. The two factory Aprilias, back 3 of the Aprilias if you include Agura, are looking like the riders to watch at the moment. As once again, as we head into the second half of the race, we saw shades of this in Austin a couple of races ago. The longer the race went on, the better it started to look for Aprilia. Are we starting to see that pattern emerge again Quartararo and Mir on that last lap was slightly quicker than Acosta in third place. As Acosta then now crawling all over the rear tyre of Bagnaia. You can just see there, coming into the picture is Jorge Martin. He has got some great speed, hasn't he, at the moment. Just got to sort out. Martin was so good, lethal, wasn't he, in Moto3, Moto2, and throughout his MotoGP career in time attack mode. So good at finding explosive speed over one lap. Once that comes on the factory of Pris, once he's starting front rows, well then you just know he's going to be a victory contender week after week after week. This is Bagnaia at the moment. He's got it all on here. I don't know about catching Bezzecchi. He might be struggling to do a hold off Acosta.
Martin's had half a second now to this pair on this lap. They're starting to drop away from Bezzecchi and they're reversing back towards the other factory Aprilia. Give this another 2 or 3 laps and we're going to have a three-way battle for second place, led by Bagnaia. Let's see what kind of lap times Martin's doing. The last 3 laps have all been 1:31.3s. It's a 31.2, a personal best for Martin. He was even half a second quicker than his teammate last time around.
Well, Acosta's known as the Shark, and the Jaws music right now is being fired up for the 37 because Jorge Martin is flying. Oh, Bagnaia's gone down. Pecco Bagnaia. Well, his Sunday disasters continue. What a weekend to forget it has been for the factory Ducati team. It's now going to be 10 successive Grand Prix that the factory Ducati team is going to be podiumless. This is all pressure. This is pressure trying to run the pace of Bezzecchi at the front. The pressure of trying to resist Pedro Acosta behind him. And it is yet another Sunday DNF for Pecco Bagnaia. His third in the opening 5 Grand Prix to kick off 2026, of course. He ended last year with 5 successive DNFs. Bagnaia dumps it out of second place. Martin on the podium.
So much to be positive about this weekend for Pecco Bagnaia. Pole position and another sprint silver, but once again, no Sunday points for the 2-time MotoGP World Champion, and that could be a key moment in this race for Jorge Martin too, because he's cruised right up onto the rear tyre now of Pedro Acosta, and he's now the only rider between him and his teammate Marco Bezzecchi, who leads the race. Can Jorge Martin still win this Grand Prix from here?
That is a 9th Grand Prix DNF in the last 12 starts for Pecco Bagnaia. Since he won that Grand Prix in Motegi, his only Grand Prix finishes have been a 9th in Texas and a 10th in Austin at the start of 2026. Here we go then. We're on lap 17 of 27. Marco Bezzecchi, 1.1 seconds clear of Pedro Acosta. And here comes Jorge Martin, marauding towards that second place. We're on course for another Aprilia 1-2 here. Jorge Martin is not out of this yet. Jorge Martin could win this French Grand Prix. He's still got 11 laps to go.
You better believe he could still win this Grand Prix. He was another 4/10 quicker. There you can see it on your screens. He's doing mid-31s for fun. Marco Bezzecchi's not aware of this, then his side of the Aprilia box need to tell him that Jorge Martin has taken the best part of a second and a half out of him in the last 4 or 5 laps. And if he passes Pedro Acosta quickly, he can definitely win this Grand Prix.
Fully fit, fully confident. Jorge Martin back to his best, and now he's charging towards this second place. This is what he has threatened. Let's go down to Jack in pit lane.
Yeah, Lewis poses the question, does Marco Bezzecchi know? The answer is no. The last time he came across the line, the pit board saying P1 +1, Acosta Group 2. He knows that Acosta is with someone else. He just doesn't know that someone else is Jorge Martin, and that he's half a second a lap faster than him.
Thanks, Jack. You might know very quickly that Jorge Martin is the quickest rider around this Le Mans circuit. He might think that it's Acosta versus Bagnaia, but we know that Bagnaia has crashed out of contention. Well, this is a move that Jorge Martin will be making very quickly. We know how good the Aprilia is. Downforce through high-speed corners, which is what you need through turns 1 and 2 here in Le Mans. It's such an agile bike. The corner speed the Aprilia has. Is Martin going to be close enough to strike on Acosta into the first chicane? You bet he is. Seizes the inside line. Beautiful move that by Martin. He'll just drop across the nose now of Acosta, blocking the exit speed of Acosta, who just was about to chop the throttle there. Broke Acosta's momentum as well. Brilliant work that, tactically superb by Martin. He's second and the win looming.
Pedro Acosta was trying to go for the undercut to go back underneath Martin out of Dunlop, but Martin just parked his Aprilia on the apex, the second apex of Dunlop, and was able to fend that move off. So 1.6 seconds is the advantage that Marco Bezzecchi has over Jorge Martin. This looks set now to be the battle for victory in this French Grand Prix in the final 10 laps, and in the context of this season, the battle for the World Championship too.
Oh, raging, absolutely raging is Bagnaia. He is suffering on Sundays without any question. Just look how quickly that front end tucked underneath him. There it starts to slide, and that one's not coming back. And there is more Sunday drama coming the way of Pecco Bagnaia. He came into this French Grand Prix sitting down in a lowly 9th in the championship, back-to-back DNFs. There's been far too many of those, hasn't there, over recent weeks. He stomps up the stairs into the factory Ducati office. Door's not locked. Talk about kicking while he's down. I think the door was locked.
I think he'll kick it in shortly. The mood he's in, and the factory Ducati team's run without a podium is extended by another weekend. Still nothing to choose in terms of lap times between the two factory Aprilias. They match each other on the last lap. Here's Joan Mir looking to pass Fabio Quartararo, which he spent most of this weekend trying to do. And much like Jorge Martin on Acosta a lap ago, he finally got that one figured out. That's for 6th place.
Come what may, Mir was coming through on Quartararo there, wasn't he? Into turn 3 and 4.
Martin's taken 4/10 out of Marco Bezzecchi in just the first sector of this current lap. Marco Bezzecchi must be well aware by now that it's Martin that's chasing him, of course having passed Acosta, and Martin has his eyes set on another Le Mans double.
And this is alien territory as far as Marco Bezzecchi is concerned. Normally in recent weeks, in recent Grand Prix, when he's hit the front early on, he has not really been overly troubled, has he, at the front, overly bothered, but that could change here in Le Mans. Martin has got ample time. He's got bucket loads of time here to reel in Marco Bezzecchi. 8.5 laps remaining. We're on board right now then with Bez. Simply the Bez on the back of his leathers, but this is anything but simple right now, isn't it, as far as the Italian is concerned. There's nothing wrong with Bezzecchi's pace and his consistency, but at the moment, he's going to need to dig deep here and find something super special later on. He's got to keep himself in those mid-131s with Martin hunting him down.
It's not even going to be enough, though. 31.8 for Bezzecchi, 31.3 for Jorge Martin. Another half-second taken out of Marco Bezzecchi's lead. He has now started to come under serious threat from his teammate and championship rival. Here's Ayagura on another fast-closing Aprilia. He's up behind Fabio Di Giannantonio, and we could soon have 3 Aprilias in the top 4.
Gura's been stuck behind Digia for a good number of laps now, as he has not been able to find a clean pass on the Italian ahead of him. They drop down through La Chapelle. Steep undulating part of this Bugatti circuit. Giannantonio and Agura, well, they're a long way clear of Mir and Quartararo. Their little squabble for 6th place continues. Joan Mir taking it on that last lap. We're on board then with Agura into one of the toughest braking zones on the Grand Prix calendar. Decelerating from 4th gear, about 270 kilometers an hour down to the 1st gear. 90 clicks you go through the little apex right-hander of Garage Vert.
God, I'd love to know what's going through the mind of Massimo Rivola, Paolo Bonora right now down in the factory Aprilia box. They must know, after the events of the sprint yesterday with Marc Marquez, that surely, in all probability, this is the battle for the World Championship between Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin. Surely they'll be hoping that their riders keep it clean, but they both must know what kind of opportunity they've got here.
Well, he started this lap, Martin, a second behind Bezzecchi. Of course, that was a second that he lost in that one lap of battling with Fabio Di Giannantonio.
Oh, I think Joan Mir's
crashed out. Joan Mir then fighting for a double top 6 here in Le Mans. Mir, confirmation on your screens. It's another DNF in the column for the 2020 World Champion. Jerez was his first Grand Prix finish of the year. Now Agura, he's been threatening this. He has been threatening this for quite a long time. They might reel in Acosta here.
Yeah, there could be an Aprilia lockout yet.
Yeah, Acosta then. We know that Ayagura, how good he is with his late race pace. I mean, can we make a case for even Ayagura getting himself into the victory battle here, let alone the podium?
Well, he matched Bezzecchi's pace last time around. He's 2.8 off the lead. It would take something very special for Ayagura, but we know he's a special rider. That's Joan Mir trudging away from the scene of his accident. Fortunately, that continues a rather unfamiliar, well, an unlikely pattern for him. Certainly won't be happy with another Sunday DNF, even if he did pick up points in the sprint yesterday. Mir out of what would have been 6th place. This then, the battle for the lead. You can see the top 5 virtually in one camera shot. Doesn't include Brad Binder, who's made a complete mess of his factory KTM.
Yeah, that's put it in the back of the truck and rebuild it on Wednesday in Barcelona next weekend. That's a rapid old get off there as well on the entry for Binder into turn 7. So at the moment, down to 15th place. Jack Miller, that will be the first point-scoring finish of Miller's campaign. Frankie Morbidelli's just being told to drop one position further down. Did he maybe make a pass on the yellow flags? Poor old Joan Mir. That takes the sprint and GP DNFs up to 53 as a factory Honda rider. The message loud and clear now to Marco Bezzecchi on the pit board, plus 0.8. He's being told is the gap between him and Jorge Martin, which is pretty much where it sits at, just under that 0.8 of a second. Still 6 laps remaining here for Marco Bezzecchi to hold off this relentless pressure from Martin. And talking about pressure and it being relentless, what about Acosta and Agura in the battle for the final place on the podium?
Morbidelli's position drop, by the way, was for causing contact. We haven't seen, of course, what that contact was, but he has now given that position up to Alex Rins. He now runs 14th. There's some of Brad Binder's KTM debris still in the gravel track. Martin just took a 10th out of Bezzecchi on the last lap. We've got 6 laps to go of this French Grand Prix. And it's going to take more than that. It's going to take more than the odd 10th of a second from Jorge Martin. Is Bezzecchi just squeezing enough pace out of his Aprilia to hold off his teammate? Aprilia
should have already had their first ever podium lockout in a MotoGP race. That should have been in Austin, Texas, when Agura was charging through the pack before he had the heartache, the engine failure. Aprilia boss Massimo, really, before he congratulated Marco Bezzecchi on his win in Austin, his first words were to console Trackhouse Aprilia and Agura, trying to make sure that there's no drama this time around. Is Agura, he will know. Agura has proven so often throughout 2026 on worn tyres, on worn Michelin rubber. He's one of the fastest riders in the world, and now Pedro Acosta's got some pain coming here in Le Mans, because Agura picking up some slipstream behind. There's nothing wrong with the top speed of the KTM or the Aprilia, but we know this is where Agura has been strong. How defensive will Acosta go? Can Acosta do anything? No, he can't. We're going to have an Aprilia 1, 2, 3 here in Le Mans.
And Agura, he's been waiting so long, hasn't he, for a MotoGP podium. Even if this is his second season, he's been knocking on the door on a few occasions. He's really about to walk through it. Look at the gap on top left of your screens. It's down to just 0.3 of a second now. It was a quarter of a second on the last lap from Martin that he took out of Bezzecchi, and the battle is firmly on now between the two factory Aprilias. This battle is for much more than bragging rights, much more than 25 points. This is potentially for World Championship supremacy in 2026.
Jorge Martin's last double win was right here in the French Grand Prix in 2024. Aprilia have only ever had 2 double wins. Aleix Espargaro in front of his home crowd at Catalunya 3 years ago. Maverick Vinales at Austin in 2024. That is where Jorge Martin could be heading right now as he starts powering on towards Marco Bezzecchi's rear tyre. Bezzecchi's in trouble here because Jorge Martin quite clearly has got the far better pace late on. 4 and a little bit of laps remaining here in Le Mans, and Aprilia 1, 2, 3 beckons. What a day this could be for the Nawali factory.
Yeah, the fascination now is which order will these three Aprilias finish in. Agura's doing 31.4s. He's the fastest rider on the track at the moment, so he's not too far away from closing this pair. If we get a big battle there between Bezzecchi and Martin, that might bring Agura into play. The thing is, Bezzecchi's not slow. He's doing 31.4s, but Martin has just got the superior pace.
Unreal, this speed by Martin, absolutely unreal. Where will he think is going to be the optimal moment to try and attack Marco Bezzecchi? Agura, 20 years, Assen 2006, the last time a Japanese rider was on a dry MotoGP race podium. That was Shinya Nakano, of course. 2012 was the last time we had a Japanese rider on a MotoGP podium. Katsuyuki Nagasuga at Valencia in a wet race in 2012. Japan have been waiting for a next generation talent, a next generation star. They have it coming down there with Agura. Here comes Martin, though. This is massive, not just for this French Grand Prix, but in terms of the psychological warfare raging inside that Aprilia garage. When will Martin pounce? When will he feel like it's his time to strike?
Well, he might look calm there, Massimo Ruvola, but I can assure you there will be butterflies in his stomach. His stomach will be churning, watching his 2 factory teammates go head to head. Martin, of course, did all of his work on the first lap yesterday. Is he leaving it late on Sunday?
It's been very, very rare. This does not happen very often, does it, when Marco Bezzecchi gets chased down and passed when he's led so much of a MotoGP race. Here comes Martin, not close enough to attack into record him on. Surely, though, he's just going to try and pick up the drive, pick up a bit of clear air behind Marco Bezzecchi's RSGP. Now, can he get close enough to make a move into this first chicane? On board with Martin, 6th gear, just over 300 kilometers an hour. Great corner speed this time, Martin. He comes from a long, long way back, and Jorge Martin on the inside of Bezzecchi into turn 3. 3 laps to go, and it's at turn 3 that Martin makes his move. Bezzecchi, what have you got?
Surprised Bezzecchi didn't see that one coming. Came from quite a long way back, and he just Bezzecchi had to dry really on the outside of turn 3, so Bezzecchi had no opportunity to fight back into turn 4. Does he have anything by way of a counter-attack here? It looks already as if the answer might be no, because look at already Martin as he tries to squeeze the power out of Museum Corner turn 7. He's already stretching out an advantage. It's already a third of a second.
Unreal. Unreal. What a weekend this has been so far for Jorge Martin. Well, I did say he would come and make a case 2 or 3 laps ago for Ayagura to maybe stick his nose in this victory battle. Well, I think we can. Pedro Acosta, well, he's dropped right out of contention. He actually might lose 4th place to Fabio De Gianantonio, the rate he's going. Quartararo is still in 6th place. Bastianini is 7th. Back at the front, though, Bezzecchi has got nothing. Marco Bezzecchi has got nothing to counter this onslaught from Jorge Martin, and it has been an onslaught.
Yeah, he came, remember, from over 2.5 seconds back earlier on in the race. He was 7th, wasn't he, for so much of the early stages. He stayed patient. He's made the moves when he could. They've all been very clean, and in the end, he's going to be rewarded if he can hold this for 2 more laps with an extraordinary Sunday victory. Of course, we've seen Jorge Martin win sprints, but he has yet to win a Sunday Grand Prix since winning the World Championship late in 2024. He's got 2 more laps to end that run.
What's going through the minds right now of Aprilia? Their race department has turned that RSGP into the reference motorcycle in MotoGP right now. They have never had in their history a 1, 2, 3. So close to it, weren't they, in Austin a few weeks ago. Ayagura, you know, he might be closing in on Marco Bezzecchi. This is not a given that Bez is going to hang on to 2nd place here, and if Ayagura can get through on Bezzecchi, Jorge Martin will leave Le Mans leading the MotoGP World Championship.
Yeah, of course, led it for 24 hours when he won the sprint in Austin earlier in the season. Of course, Bezzecchi lost a second on that lap because of the move of Jorge Martin, which really hung him out to dry down at the Dunlop chicane. He started to stabilise that a bit on this current lap. It's around 7/10 of a second, which is what it started the lap as. There's nothing stable about Pedro Acosta's advantage at the moment in that 4th place. De Gianantonio has got a lap and a half to try and snatch those 13 points away from the Spaniard.
It's quite amazing to think right now, if you believe the gossip columns for 2027, 2 of the 3 Aprilias that are at the front of this French Grand Prix will not be on Aprilias next season. Jorge Martin and Ayagura are strongly linked to hooking up together in the factory Yamaha squad next season. A couple of big shoes to fill there for Massimo Rivola and co. You can see the lead group then out of the final corner. Jorge Martin's about to start the last lap. He's on the last lap. And well, it was a sensational victory in yesterday's sprint. Well, this will match it. This might even top it, because Jorge Martin on course for his first Grand Prix victory since Indonesia in 2024. He leads the last lap, nearly 0.8 of a second clear of Marco Bezzecchi.
And what will this do psychologically to Marco Bezzecchi to have led for 24 of the 27 laps in this French Grand Prix? As we said early on, generally, when Marco Bezzecchi leads the first lap, he's never caught again. Jorge Martin, from 2.5 seconds back in 7th place, has caught and beaten him today.
What must this feel like for Jorge Martin? It's the first time he's led a MotoGP race since Sepang in 2024. All of the heartache, all of the pain, all the suffering he went through last season. A nightmare start to his factory Aprilia career. But at the moment, he is living the dream, enjoying life. This is going to be so sweet. He's going to lead home a historic podium here. Aprilia's 1, 2 and 3 in this French Grand Prix. Marco Bezzecchi might be thankful this is only a 27-lap race anymore, and Ayagura might be snatching that 2nd place away from him.
Gianantonio looks like he's going to run out of time to pass Pedro Acosta. But what a feeling this must be. He's not won a Grand Prix since winning the World Championship. Jorge Martin, your time has come again.
It really has. He has been undoubtedly quite phenomenal in France here this weekend after a brilliant sprint win from the 3rd row. Jorge Martin wins the French Grand Prix here in Le Mans for the 2nd time in 3 seasons. He completes a dream double. Winner of the sprint, winner of the Grand Prix, his first Grand Prix success since Mandalika in 2024. What a victory, what a statement for Aprilia, and what a day, what a weekend for the Nawali factory. Aprilia, for the first time in their history, have a 1, 2, 3. Aprilia lock at the podium.
To Marco, to Jorge, and to I. Thanks so much.
Jorge Martin takes the checker flag. You can listen to the joy, the jubilation. They can't quite believe it, can they, at Aprilia. What an RSGP they have put underneath Jorge Martin, Marco Bezzecchi and co. Bezzecchi then does take second place. He's defeated very rarely of late, having led so much of the Grand Prix. Crucially, though, he does hang on to lead in the World Championship. Ayaguro, though, is the first Japanese rider since Assen in 2006 to claim a dry race MotoGP podium. 20 long years are finally over for Japanese fans. Cracking ride that by Agura. The Gian Antonio did get a Costa for 4th on the very last lap. Quattararo, brilliant 6th, double top 6 here in France for Fabio. Bastianini, Fernandez, Aldeguer, Marini with your top 10. Johan Zarco 11th, Alex Rins in the points in 12th. Toprak Razgatlioglu scores his second Grand Prix points finish of the season in 13th. Morbidelli 14th. The first point scoring finish of the campaign for Jack Miller in 15th. But Aprilia, what a day. Does not feel all that long ago, does it, since Aprilia were the whipping boys. Midfield mediocrity was always the story as far as Aprilia were concerned, but now they are undeniably top dogs in the MotoGP World Championship. What a moment for the Nawali factory. For the first time in Grand Prix history, the record books will show, the result sheets will show on Aprilia 1, 2, 3. Martin, Bezzecchi, Agura, unreal job.
It was as easy as 1, 2, 3 for Aprilia today. And is today the day when the fuse was well and truly lit in this World Championship battle between Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin. There's your confirmation of Ayagura. I'd say even I forgot that Katsuyuki Nakasuga podium at Valencia back in 2012. Ayagura on pure merit. He should have got that podium back in Austin during the season before mechanical misfortune stepped in. It didn't deny Agura today.
Just the third Aprilia rider with the latest Spargo, Barcelona 2023, Maverick Vinales, Austin 2024 to complete a double victory, and it is super tight at the top. Heading to Barcelona next weekend, there is one single point separating Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin. I think Massimo really money pinching at the moment because he's living the dream. First ever Aprilia block out of the podium, and he's with Jack.
Massimo, a historic day for you and Aprilia, the first ever lockout. Just explain what this means to you and everybody at the factory.
It shows that we did a great job. I'm super happy. Still, I think I'm thinking about last year in Le Mans here, when Jorge wanted to leave, and I said, no, I think you can win with us. So winning in Le Mans is quite special for me.
Now 1 point in the championship between Jorge and Marco. Looks as though we've got a championship fight between two teammates. Are you ready to manage that?
They are smart people, they are fighters. As long as they respect each other, I'm fine.
Congrats.
Thank you.
Yeah, and all the joy and celebrations for Aprilia. Completely forgotten it was right here in Le Mans last year that Jorge Martin did turn up while he was recovering from serious injuries to inform Massimo Rivola and the Nawali factory of his intention to walk out halfway through a 2-year contract. We've got the signature Martinator celebration. You can see there the screen has gone. He's put a fist through that one. That now is the way that Jorge Martin celebrates victories in MotoGP. That one was just brilliant. I've got to admit, I've written him off. That battle mid-race with Fabio Di Gianantonio, I thought, well, he's just given Acosta, Bagnaia and Bezzecchi too much daylight, but what a recovery. What a ride. Just so cool to see a rider like Jorge Martin, just like Marc Marquez, bounce back from so many setbacks, bounce back from adversity. Marc Marquez climbed back to the top of the mountain in 2025. Will Jorge Martin scale his own Everest in 2026?
Fist through the screen, but the biggest knockout punch he's dealt out today is to his teammate Marco Bezzecchi. That is not a familiar feeling for Bez, to lead a Grand Prix from the front for so long and get reeled in like that. He not only reeled him in, but passed him in a pretty authoritative fashion down at the Dunlop chicane. As soon as he caught him, he passed him. Here comes Marco Bezzecchi. It's a pair of podiums for Bezzecchi this weekend, but his World Championship lead is now just a slender single point.
And he knew this anyway. He won't need reminding, but he knows now that there is some real fierce competition on the opposite side of that factory Aprilia garage. Because make no mistake, Jorge Martin is just growing in confidence. You always felt, he's always said, trust me, I believe in my talent, I believe in my potential. When I am fit, when I know that the RSGP is my bike, when I've tailored it for my riding style, just you watch out. I will be back winning Grand Prix. True to his word. I think he's just overcome by emotion here, isn't he? Understandably so. He's a rider, he's a character that really does wear his heart on his sleeve. Does Jorge Martin. He put his heart and soul into that Grand Prix. There's been some big rewards coming with it. His first win since Mandalika 2024. He's 1 point behind in the championship, and what a moment this is. He was at this Grand Prix last year where Massimo Rivola, his jaw hit the floor when Jorge Martin and his manager Albert Valera turned up to a meeting and said, we want out. We want to walk out of our contract. All the talk about a move to the factory Honda team. I think Jorge Martin right now, Aprilia and Massimo Rivola in particular, are pretty happy that they settled their differences.
And you think of the injury hell that he's been through over the last 15 months or so, since the crash in early testing last year, the Qatar crash where he was run over by Fabio Di Gianantonio. All of that hard work, all of the painful nights of struggling to sleep, the tears which he shed for a different reason over that time, were all for moments like this. And I think the tears are because Jorge Martin realises, I'm a MotoGP championship challenger again.
And crucially, Jorge Martin knows he's a MotoGP race winner once again. He said at times at this point of last year, when he could barely feed himself, where he couldn't even get himself out of bed, such were the injuries after Sepang in pre-season, the nightmare crash in the Qatar Grand Prix. He wondered whether he'd actually race a motorcycle again. Well, he's proven that he is back to his best. He has proven that Aprilia at the moment have taken over Ducati as the force to be reckoned with in MotoGP. Fabio Di Gianantonio conducts the inquest with Gigi Dall'Igna. Fabio Di
Gianantonio at the very
Gianantonio.
last corner. Here it is, coming into turn 13. We saw it from the top left aerial shot. Just lobs it up the inside of Pedro Costa, who jumps out of his way. He was left with no option there. Di Gianantonio at least salvaging those 13 points for fourth at the final corner. And after doing so much hard work in the podium positions, Pedro Costa has to settle for, I guess, a rather frustrated fifth place. And just thinking back through the Grand Prix we've just watched, of course, taking absolutely nothing away from Jorge Martin, an extraordinary victory, but just how important in the outcome of this Grand Prix was Pecco Bagnaia crashing out of second place, a rider crucially that Jorge Martin did not have to pass.
Costa looks crestfallen there, doesn't he? Fifth place, got picked off late on by Martin, by Agura, and by Di Gianantonio. Agura, the first Japanese rider on a MotoGP podium in 14 years. What a star. Let's get his thoughts on his maiden MotoGP top three with Jack.
What a performance. Huge congratulations. Japan's first MotoGP podium in 14 years. How much does this mean to you and all of the team?
What can I say? It's just feel amazing. The race was really tough. I tried to attack from the beginning, but I lost a couple of positions and fight back again, and it was not an easy race, but good late race pace, and super happy for the race and my guys, so let's celebrate.
Brilliant ride. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, what a ride by Agura. And what a stat that is, the first rider to emerge from the Asia Talent Cup system to find his way onto a MotoGP podium. He was the first rider to come out of the ATC Road to MotoGP program to win a Grand Prix World Championship in Moto2 in 2024. Congratulations to all those involved in the Asia Talent Cup and all the great work they do to develop, find and unearth talent in the Asia Pacific region. Agura is certainly the top of the crop that's come out of that particular Road to MotoGP programme. The Trackhouse Aprilia crew, well, they will feel like this should have been a podium that they had in Austin a few weeks ago. Fabio Quartararo, 5th in the sprint, 6th in the Grand Prix. By far the best Yamaha performer so far this season. What a ride that was by Quartararo. He went with the soft front tyre. He was as high as 2nd, wasn't he, in the early part of that Grand Prix. He picked up the baton and tried to run early on with Bezzecchi, but when Martin did so, he was unstoppable, absolutely unstoppable.
On lap 10 of the 27-lap Grand Prix we've just watched, Jorge Martin, this was when he passed Gian Antonio. He was 2.8 seconds behind Marco Bezzecchi. He caught and beat him. It's 2nd for Marco Bezzecchi. He does retain the World Championship lead. He's talking to Jack.
Marco is still the World Championship leader, and that's now top 2 finishes in all 5 of our opening 5 Grand Prix. How do you reflect on that French Grand Prix?
Yeah, it was a very, very tough race, super long. I knew I wasn't the strongest, so I tried my best, and honestly, I don't even know how I managed to lead 3/4 of the race, because my pace was not good. I wasn't feeling comfortable. It's all the weekend that I'm struggling a bit. I never felt super good with the bike, so this was the maximum that I could do. I really gave my all to grab this result, and I'm very happy. So thanks to all the team, congrats to Jorge, and now we think about Montmeló.
Top job, well done.
Thank you.
Yeah, move on, go again in Montmeló is the message clearly from Marco Bezzecchi. He sounds actually pretty happy to take those 20 points. Just didn't feel like he had the pace to win the Grand Prix at any stage this weekend. Nice little interview there with Jack. A little bit of consolation prize for the 27-year-old Italian. He's the first rider to podium in the opening 5 Grand Prix in MotoGP since Valentino Rossi 11 years ago in 2015, of course. He was done so much for Marco Bezzecchi's Grand Prix career. Well, this is not new territory for Jorge Martin. A double winner here previously in 2024 in a Ducati in Le Mans. Well, he will lead a historic all-Aprilia podium. He did it the hard way as well, didn't he? As low as 7th at one stage in that battle. But here is your double winner in Le Mans, the magnificent Jorge Martin with Jack.
Jorge, what a performance. 7th at one stage. You've had to do it the hard way, but after over 500 days, you're a MotoGP winner again. How does that sound?
Thank you. It's unbelievable. I still can say vive la France, because I'm so grateful to all the fans, but for sure I have to remember about my family, my team, and my girlfriend, my dog, all the people that was with me all this tough time. And yeah, I don't have words, so thank you. Thank you. Today was a good race, and I really enjoyed that.
Huge congratulations.
You enjoyed it, Jorge. Trust us, and I'm sure so many of you watching at home really did enjoy it as well. Great entertainment, a great comeback. The Martin fans, they are going home happy. Rider of the race. That is no great surprise, isn't it? Well, I certainly thought at this stage, when he had this early battle with Fabio Di Gianantonio, that might have compromised his hopes of winning this French Grand Prix. Happy to say that Jorge proved me wrong, and what a charge it was back through the pack. A class move that on Pedro Acosta in the first chicane. This one was pretty good as well, wasn't it? The key moments, the race-winning overtake. First time at that point that Jorge Martin had been at the front of a MotoGP race since Malaysia back in 2024. Just out of picture there, Jorge Agura streaking towards the completion of an all-Aprilia podium. There you go, there is the signature Martin celebration. Bang goes the screen on the foot pegs. I'm the boss. I'm going to be Aprilia's world champion this year. That's the message that's coming from Jorge Martin.
And we are in France, so why not bust out the Kylian Mbappe celebration 2 moments after he did smash the screen. There it is, crossing his arms and saying, is there any doubt as to who the man was today at Le Mans? It was unquestionably Jorge Martin. And what a World Championship battle we are in for now, with just 1 point separating the Aprilia teammates.
As he said, vive la France. He has enjoyed his French experience, hasn't he, in 2026. Fabio Di Gianantonio, not the podium he was hoping for, but he remains the top Ducati in the World Championship. It's 5 successive Grand Prix top 6s now this year for Fabio Di Giannantonio. Must have been a pretty demoralising experience, as he just had nothing and then had to watch Jorge Martin just blitz away from him. Di Giannantonio ended nearly 3 seconds behind Jorge Martin, which is a pretty big old gap, isn't it, that Martin was able to put on the Ducati rider. But just as he did 2 years ago, in what proved to be a decisive double win here back in 2024, Jorge Martin is a double winner once again here in front of the French fans, and he'll be enjoying every single second of this. So too will Ayagura. Let's not forget the absolutely sensational performance of the Japanese rider, 25-year-old, first Japanese rider in a MotoGP top 3 since Valencia 2012, first in the dry in 20 long years.
As you said earlier on, think of the journey that Aprilia have been on. Go back to 2021, they finished bottom of the championship. They're now the team to beat.
Non finiva mai, io speravo che durasse la metà come la Moto2.
Te andavi forte?
All'inizio sono andato forte, ma dopo ho iniziato a far fatica. Quando ho visto che
ecco qua si cade, guarda.
Quando ho visto che hai passato a Costa ho detto, ok, adesso tanto arriva.
Ah, ok. Sì, ma ho fatto fatica, eh.
Guarda che scintille.
No,
few seconds more, please.
Ecco, era ancora anche così. Wow, bella.
Era finita la moto.
No. Non avevi più ali. Io ero dietro, eh. Anche con Diglia ho perso un secondo.
Sì, ma era tutto il weekend che andavi più forte.
Provato. Non pensavo, fino a 8 della fine che ho detto adesso forse c'è la possibilità. Caduto Pecco.
Ah sì?
Sì.
E congrats,
Thank you so much. First podium, no?
First one, yeah.
First one, nice.
Appena lasciato il freno. Cazzo.
Mancavano 9 così. Io a 2 della fine ho fatto...
Sì, eh?
Sì, ostia.
Io non riuscivo più a entrare.
Penso che davanti si raffredda solo...
Mi vibrava dietro.
Ancora?
Vibrava... No, ma dopo un po', non come ieri. Ieri era molto peggio. Ma in accelerazione non andavo più avanti. Te avevi un gran grip.
Te avevi già problemi, sì. Da dritto, no? All'inizio ho gestito un po' di più. Poi ho messo prima.
Sì, ho visto.
Perché sennò dico non esco. Cazzo, bello.
Dopo ho provato a star lì, ma il primo giro appena mai passato, subito di 2 curve, mi hai preso molto. Poi sono riuscito a star lì, arrivava anche lui, ho detto, mi batte anche Ogura. Puttana troia.
Sì. Bello, cazzo. Estamos?
So an historic top 3 digest and process, what we've just witnessed here in another fantastic French Grand Prix. For the first time ever, this World Championship, of course, starting back in 1949, Aprilia's first ever lockout of the podium. Ayagura's third, Marco Bezzecchi's second, Crucio still leading the World Championship. What a moment this is for our leading constructor right now in MotoGP, as Aprilia celebrate their first ever lockout of the top 3.
As I mentioned just before we handed over to the podium finishers in the cool-down room, 2021, so 4.5 years ago, Aprilia finished 6th and bottom of the Constructors' Championship with only 121 points. They got that one podium from Aleix Espargaro at the British Grand Prix. That's a points tally that they've already far exceeded this weekend. They are the dominant factory. They're not just the reference, they are by far the dominant force in MotoGP nowadays. And surely the world champion is going to be standing in Aprilia leathers at the end of the season. Who will it be though? Will it be Bezzecchi? Will it be Martin? Huge congratulations to everyone at Noale for their podium lockout today. For Ayagura then, first rider since Katsuyuki Nakasuga from Japan to stand on a MotoGP podium. That was in rather freakish circumstances in Valencia back in 2012. There was nothing freakish about this. This was pure talent, pure speed, pure brilliance from Ayagura. The MotoGP podium finisher. What a day for Trackhouse. What a day for everyone at Aprilia. Second place. Well, he says he's happy, so we will take him at his word. Not a weekend where Marco Bezzecchi was at his most comfortable, but he still comes out with a sprint bronze and a second place in the Grand Prix. But this, well, we'll find out, I guess, over the course of the whole season, just how big a weekend this truly was. Not just in the World Championship, but for Jorge Martin. For the first time since Indonesia 2024, it's a double for Jorge Martin. It's a Grand Prix victory, and the World Championship chase, the pursuit of a second world title, is on.
Nobody could catch Jorge Martin in yesterday's sensational sprint, and today in the French Grand Prix, nobody could catch the brilliant Spaniard. Safe to say, he is back to his very best. And that spells trouble for the MotoGP pack, and in particular for his factory Aprilia teammate Marco Bezzecchi. These are very special scenes. These are incredible scenes if you're connected to Aprilia right now. As it's all smiles from your top three in this Michelin Grand Prix of France. First time we've seen a Japanese rider sup some post-race Prosecco in the top class since 2012. We feel that there's plenty more top threes to come for Ayagura. Massimo Rival, an Aprilia Racing CEO. What must he be thinking right now? What must he be feeling right now? As mentioned, all of those close connections to Aprilia back at their base in Nawali in Italy. Some story, some turnaround in fortunes, having been at the wrong end of the constructor leaderboard for so many years. So many years dominated by their big Italian rivals, Ducati of course, but now there's a new numero uno in terms of bike performance in MotoGP, and it is Aprilia's RSGP, which is now the bike you want in 2026. Enjoy that big gulp of Prosecco, Jorge, because you certainly deserved it, you certainly earned it. 10 laps into that 27-lap Grand Prix, as Lewis mentioned, he was almost 3 seconds behind Marco Bezzecchi. He was 1.6 seconds still behind Bez with 10 laps remaining. But he didn't panic, he just continued his fast rhythm, his consistent rhythm. He could see Marco Bezzecchi coming back to him. Brilliant move on Pedro Acosta to move up into second. And another brilliant move on Bezzecchi to win that Grand Prix. Sparks flying in the first corner. Pecco Bagnaia. It's another Sunday DNF for the double world champion. Look at Davide Tardozzi's expression on a miserable French Grand Prix for the factory Ducati team. No Marc Marquez today, no Marc Marquez next weekend in Barcelona. The reigning world champion sidelined through injury. But it's a former world champion who has enjoyed his weekend here in France as Jorge Martin wins his first Grand Prix of 2026. Hard to believe it was right here in Le Mans in 2025 where he wanted to walk out halfway through a 2-year contract with Aprilia. These are the photos which are going to be lighting up social media all around the world. I'd imagine hashtag Aprilia, hashtag French GP is already trending. Great, isn't it, as well? Fantastic to see that Japanese flag flying high and flying proud above a MotoGP podium. It's been a long, long time since we've had that experience. We should have had it, let's be fair, to be honest, over in Austin, Texas just a few weeks ago. Better late than never, though, as far as Iagura and the Trackhouse team are concerned. What a weekend it has been for the Americans. You don't have too long to wait, though, do we, for more MotoGP action, because next weekend we're hopping back over the French and Spanish border. We head to the Mediterranean coast for what is always a magnificent Grand Prix. We will see you next time out for the Monster Energy Grand Prix of Catalonia, where just 1 point splits the two Aprilias.
Jorge Martin from the third row does the double at Le Mans, beating Marco Bezzecchi. Iagura completing an Aprilia lockout of the rostrum. Fabio Di Giannantonio passed Pedro Costa for fourth at the very last corner. Fabio Quartararo, a sensational sixth, ahead of an Enea Bastianini, second of the KTM's home. Ralph Fernandez, the sole Aprilia, not up at the front, eighth for him, ahead of Aldeguer, who came from 19th on the grid to 9th. Luca Marini completes the top 10. Points due for Zarco at home, Rins, Toprak, Morbidelli, and Jack Miller, his first point of the season. And it's 1 point that separates the top two. The championship battle is on at Aprilia. Bezzecchi versus Martin, separated by 1 point. Fabio Di Giannantonio, well, he's 1 point ahead of Pedro Acosta. That last corner move takes him back into third place in the World Championship. Iagura up to fifth. All four Aprilia riders now in the top 6 in the World Championship. Well, after a 1-2-3, of course, Aprilia extend their lead in the Constructors' Championship. The damage for Ducati, with Di Giannantonio at least taking fourth in the end. It's 34 points. And in the team standings, Aprilia Racing, well, they maintain their advantage of scoring nearly double the points of their nearest challengers. Trackhouse 126 points back. Here are the highlights, and Aprilia will be watching these on a loop for quite some time. The day, for the first time, they locked out a MotoGP podium. Pecco Bagnaia away from pole position, once again unable to keep that front tyre down, not as extreme as Di Giannantonio's yesterday, but it allowed Marco Bezzecchi to storm through into the lead. Jorge Martin was trying to repeat the trick of yesterday by rampaging through the pack at the first couple of corners. He got boxed in, though, behind Pedro Costa and stayed back in 7th. Alex Marquez, at least, didn't trouble Martin. Was right behind him in that 8th place when he crashed in the early stages. Martin was the rider on the move. Quartararo certainly fighting a good fight in the podium battle in the early stages. Martin moving up ahead of Iagura into 6th place. With Bezzecchi leading the Grand Prix, we were wondering who was going to take up the chase. Initially, it looked like being Pecco Bagnaia after he took Pedro Acosta into Dunlop. It was at that same corner, the corner where he dropped out of both the sprint and the Grand Prix last year. Not a lucky turn for Pecco Bagnaia as he crashed out of 2nd place. That removed one obstacle, of course, from Jorge Martin's way. The one remaining rider to pass before chasing his teammate down was Pedro Acosta. He took him into Dunlop. Costa would also lose his grip on a podium place there, as Iagura made history, becoming the first Japanese rider since 2012 to stand on a podium. But once again, that crucial turn 3 saw the battle for not just victory, but for supremacy at Aprilia swing Jorge Martin's way. With 3 laps to go, Martin snatched the lead with 2 corners to go. Di Giannantonio snatched 4th from Pedro Acosta, but Aprilia, it was as easy as 1, 2, 3 for the Noale brand today. Martin, Bezzecchi and Iagura lock out the podium for Aprilia. It's a dramatic and dream double for Jorge Martin, and 1 point splits the Aprilia teammates. The battle for the championship, the All Aprilia title battle, moves on to Barcelona next weekend.
as good as racing gets. Gladiators in the arena.
Oh, listen to the crowd. They are on their feet.
All the blood, sweat and tears, all the surgeries, all the sacrifices. The riders, the fans, they are a different breed.
Good morning, welcome to Spain, welcome to Jerez. It's lights out and we're racing in the sprint here. Bike is ready for rain conditions.
Top rack has gone down.
Oh, Mark's gone down. The reigning world champion on the deck. Alex Marquez ahead of him had a massive moment on the front. Marquez has crashed in this sprint here from pole position. Yes, Alex Marquez then crashes out of the lead. Here comes Didier into pit lane. Fermin Aldeguer is leading this sprint. Oh, now Bezzecchi, the World Championship lead has gone down. This now is a sprint of survival. Marc Marquez is going for the lead. Super aggressive by Marc on the inside of Bagnaia. He powers out the final corner to take victory in a truly sensational sprint here in Spain. MotoGP insanity here. The greatest motorsport show on earth has arrived at one of its greatest and most iconic venues. It is the Grand Prix of Spain, round 4 in the 2026 MotoGP World Championship. This is Jerez. It's lights out to a race team MotoGP here in the Spanish Grand Prix. What a start it is for Marc Marquez. Good start from the second row too from Alex Marquez. Aprilia is an absolute rocket off the line. Bezzecchi up in the second. Jorge Martin's come from 10th to 5th. Has already gained 6 places on this first lap. What a start by the Martinator. Alex Marquez goes on the inside of Bezzecchi into the Angel Nieto corner. Alex Marquez is trying to get on with business here very rapidly. On the inside he goes of brother Marc. A huge tumble. It's over. Marc Marquez then now is down DNF for the second time in 2026. A massive dent in his early championship challenge. Second year in a row on the factory Ducati here in Jerez. Marc Marquez crashes out early at podium contention. The Gian Antonio then now, perfect time to ride on board with the Italian. That is the textbook move on the brakes of Martin down the hill into the Pedrosa corner. Digi then now up into P3. That's going to be close. That's going to be really close. Costa's suffering big time here, isn't he? Ducati's day is going from bad to worse. Pecco Bagnaia, it looks like there's clearly some kind of technical issue that has come the way of the Italian.
Into the stadium he comes. He knows that a second consecutive Spanish Grand Prix victory is his.
What a weekend it has been for Alex Marquez as he wins in style the Spanish Grand Prix for the second year in succession. Alex Marquez then takes the win by just under 2 seconds.
After the flag from Le Mans, a French Grand Prix which stayed dry in the end, a French Grand Prix which took place without Marc Marquez. We'll touch upon him later. Luis Sotomayor and Jack Appleyard ready to talk you through the key moments of a Grand Prix which was dominated in the end by Aprilia. A podium lockout, a 1-2-3 for Aprilia. We only really found out in the latter stages what order they were going to be in, and from the third row of the grid, Jack, it's a double victory this weekend for Jorge Martin. I said in commentary, today feels like the day where the battle lines were really drawn in the title battle between Jorge Martin and Marco Bezzecchi, and a major psychological blow struck by the Spaniard.
Yeah, a hugely pivotal weekend in the championship picture. I do feel this is a weekend that we're going to look back on at the end of the season for a couple of reasons. Firstly, the weekend where Marc Marquez's World Championship charge, World Championship defence came to an end, but also the emergence of Jorge Martin back to the level of 2023 and 2024. Nobody likes a smug, sort of told you so type of person, but we have been telling you, when Jorge Martin gets the opportunity to get accustomed with this Aprilia, he's been building all year, and this is a weekend where it all came together. However, I'm going to hold my hands up as well. I did not think he was going to be able to do that again today. Yesterday, the start was so pivotal, and that's where he won the race. To do that again wasn't surely going to be possible, and that was true. It wasn't. He was 7th after 5 laps, and I thought, he's never going to win. 7th after 10 laps, and I thought, he's definitely not going to win. But then suddenly, the way in which the rear tyre came to him, as you said on commentary, as soon as that hard front tyre started to come to him as well, he flew through the field. And very quickly, at half race distance, you thought, there's only going to be one winner of this. Yes, the crash of Bagnaia has definitely helped him. One less rider to try and get past, and in that a fast one. But to go and win in that manner, and as you say, against Marco Bezzecchi, 1 point in it. I put it to Massimo Rivola after the race. You have got a title fight on your hands, and a title fight between 2 riders in your garage. Good luck trying to make sure that both of them stay happy and keep smiling at each other all the way through to the Valencia, because there's going to be fireworks, there's going to be sparks flying. Let's just see when it all starts to explode.
Yeah, we chatted about it off air yesterday evening in context of what had happened to Marc Marquez in his absence now for next weekend through injury, and that surely both factory Aprilia riders know now that they are the battle for the World Championship. Between those two, without writing off potentially a Pedro Acosta or a Fabio Giannantonio, it looks like it's Bezzecchi versus Martin for the World Championship this year. And both of them will have known it when they were battling each other on track today, that was a major chance to put a bit of a marker down in the World Championship. Of course, it was going to be a 5-point swing either way. Either Bezzecchi extends by 5 or Martin closes by 5. In the end, it was the latter. Jorge Martin is now ready to speak to us. An incredible victory for him, of course. A lot of his hard work was done on lap 1 yesterday. He left it until 3 laps from home to take the lead this time. Your French Grand Prix winners with Matt Burt.
Yeah, for the second time in 3 years, Jorge Martin is a double winner here in the French Grand Prix in Le Mans. He said to the fans himself, Vive la France. Jorge, what a weekend. What a performance. Your first MotoGP victory since Mandalika at the end of 2024. The first time you led a MotoGP race since Sepang in 2024. You had to work very, very hard for that one. 7th on lap 1, 2.8 seconds back, I think you were on lap 10. How did you win that Grand Prix?
Well, that's a great question. I think during the last year I learned to never give up, and today was one of those races, that I didn't started well, but I never gave up. Even if I was not feeling well, the front was moving a lot behind the other riders. Yesterday with clean air was much easier. But I was trying to overtake rider by rider. I saw Marco, I like the front guys, I was catching a bit every lap, and yeah, I was able to manage the first few laps, so at the end I had something more, but I gave it all. My air pump was shouting out there, so yeah, I am really happy for the job with Aprilia. Still, I need to work on races like today, being behind people, because I really struggle to be behind, but when I am in front, I really can make good lines.
When did you start to believe? When did you think, do you know what, I could win this race? Because you lost a lot of time in that battle with Di Giannantonio. Marco was quite a long way up the road, I think, at that point. With 10 laps to go, you're 1.6 seconds back. But when did you actually think, do you know what, Jorge, you can win this?
Yeah, so I had like different stages. Like the first laps, I was like, okay, top 5 will be okay, just points, that's perfect. Then I was able to overtake Dija, and I saw Pedro and Pecco, no? And when Pecco crashed, I said, okay, podium is perfect, okay, very good. Then I was able to overtake Pedro, and that point, maybe I think 8 to go, it was when I say, okay, I can catch Marco now. I saw he was struggling a lot with the rear grip, so I just put everything, the hammer down, I changed some maps, and I was ready to go. So really happy. I didn't know if after the overtake I was able to pull away, but I was, so this gave me some, you know, some rest for the last few laps.
P1 in a historic day for Aprilia, of course, the first time ever in MotoGP. They've locked out the podium. You were leading home Marquez and Ayagura. After all you've been through, everything that happened last year as well, Massimo Riva telling us, of course, it was here in Le Mans last year where you came to this Grand Prix to kind of inform Aprilia that you wanted to leave the contract. Talk us through this journey you're on right now with Aprilia.
Yeah, it wasn't only physical, it was really, you know, the mental side was really tough for me last season. I remember being here last season, you know, telling Massimo that I wanted to leave, because at that point I thought was the best option. But you know, now I'm thankful to Massimo for retaining me. I'm thankful for my decision to finally stop the fight and stay in Aprilia, and I'm really happy that everything is on the right direction. Everything that happened to me, I am grateful for that, because it makes me the man I am today. So yeah, it's just a part of the process of the life.
And some tears in Parc Fermé.
Yeah.
How special was it to be once again a MotoGP winner?
Yeah, thanks for that. I mean, I remember the good people that surround me during the bad moments, no? And my girlfriend, my dad, my friends, my dog, Koala. He's always giving love, and yeah, all that people helped me to be back. So I will be always grateful.
We all love seeing you back at the front.
Thank you.
Great job, well done.
Thank you, mate.
The trophy, we'll have to wait and see on that one. We saw the emotion pouring out of him in Parc Fermé. He was clearly struggling to keep his emotions. Generally felt he had a lump in his throat when he was talking to you as well in Parc Fermé. The journey he's been on, of course, we have seen him win sprints already in the last sort of month or two, but of course to win a Grand Prix in that kind of fashion will definitely mean a little extra to Jorge Martin. We'll discuss him in a moment, but there is another big success story on this podium today. Japan has its first MotoGP podium finisher since 2012. His name is Ayagura, and he's speaking to Matt.
It's always a very special moment in every rider's career when they take their first ever MotoGP podium finish. I'm delighted to say today that is the occasion for Trackhouse Aprilia's Ayagura, the first Japanese rider on a MotoGP podium since Valencia 2012, the first Japanese rider on a MotoGP podium in the dry since Assen in 2006. Shinya Nakano 20 years ago. Talk us through your emotions right now. How does it feel to be a MotoGP podium finisher?
Just amazing. There's not much word I can say, but you know, first MotoGP podium it means a lot to me, but also to all the Japanese people. So yeah, it's about good.
How did you do it? It was hard work. You got through on Fabio Quartararo, and then you ran wide in that final corner. Joan Mir came through, so you had to make a lot of overtakes in that race. Talk us through your fight into the top three.
I struggled in the first part, especially like when I overtake Fabio and went wide and fight back. That moment I wasn't really feeling good with the front tire, but after I started to feel okay and I could overtake Dija and Pedro, and our pace was really good. So yeah, it was not an easy race, but happy to have good late race pace. Yeah.
Always, you've got great late race pace. We've seen that on so many occasions. After the disappointment of Austin, when really you should have been on the podium there before the mechanical failure, how much has this weekend made up for it?
Yeah, as you said, especially after the race, like in Austin, we really wanted to have one podium, and I'm super happy. But especially for my team, they all disappoint after America race. So yeah, super happy for all the team.
Third's a fantastic result, an amazing result for you and the team. But did you think it was possible to maybe get close enough to take second from Marco at the end there?
If there's another 3 laps, probably. But no, they're riding really good, and that was maximum I could do this time. So you know, we'll keep walking and try to achieve a better position.
You were the first rider from the ATC to win a World Championship in 2024. You're now the first rider to come through the Asia Talent Cup to have a MotoGP podium. I'm told that your father, your dad, was here this weekend. Yeah. Is that true? Does he come to many races, and does he have to come to many more now? Is it a good luck charm, maybe?
Well, it's not often that my father attended GP, but he was here and I make it, so it was a perfect timing. And yeah, happy for all the young Asian riders and my dad.
You are an inspiration to all those young Asian riders, and I'm sure now your dad is going to be coming to Barcelona, to Mugello, to Brno, and to the Saxon Room. Awesome job. Congratulations on a fantastic day for you and for the Trackhouse team. Well done.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Japanese.
Yeah, thanks, Matt. Congratulations to Agura, a trailblazer, a podium finisher, though, now crucially in MotoGP. A podium that we felt had been coming, of course, as Matt mentioned, should have got in Austin if mechanical misfortune hadn't stepped in. And what a journey he's been on at Aprilia. He's another rider, I guess, much like Jorge Martin, who we'll come back to later. If he can sort out his qualifying, he can start to unlock that potential on the soft tyre. What a challenger he could be.
Yeah, absolutely. He can be a real contender, maybe one of the dark horses in the championship. I mean, he's shown that he's got the level of Marco Bezzecchi and Jorge Martin, but just like with Martin, if those two can sort their qualifyings out, then Bez has a big problem. That is the huge advantage Bez has right now. He's on a Saturday morning. He has a clear step on the other Aprilias.
Let's take the third part then of our Aprilia 1, 2, 3 success story. Second to date, he does still lead the championship. Marco Bezzecchi with Matt.
Yeah, another great weekend, another great day for Marco Bezzecchi, and a fantastic weekend for Aprilia. For the first time in history, they lock out the top 3. The first time they've claimed all 3 podium places here in a fantastic Le Mans Grand Prix. Marco, you always want to win, but today Jorge was just too strong, particularly in those latter laps. Talk us through your race and 20 very important points for the championship.
Yeah, as you said, it was a tough race, tough weekend overall, because honestly, I never really felt comfortable as I wanted on the bike. So honestly, I didn't even expect to lead for so many laps the race, because my feeling was not the best. But then, yeah, I tried to manage. I tried to put everything I had on the track, and until the last 6-7 laps. Even if the problems were coming more and more, I felt not too bad. And after, when I saw Jorge passing Pedro, I knew that the gap was coming down and down and down. So I tried to don't be too stressed, to don't make too many mistakes. At the end, I didn't want to risk to throw everything away. So I'm happy because I did my best, and this weekend to grab a sprint podium and also a podium today, honestly, is the maximum that I could do. So very happy, very grateful to the team, and let's keep working.
Aprilia super strong this weekend, as we saw. What was the difference you felt in those last 5 or 6 laps when you saw Jorge come through? Where was he able to make the difference?
Well, he's all the weekend that he's super strong. He has a lot of traction. He's very good on riding. So I tried my best to make a similar way to make some corners of the track, but I couldn't really force. I couldn't really stop as I wanted, and the front feeling especially wasn't the best as I had maybe in the previous races. So then to try anyway to compensate, I was using a lot the tires, and in fact at the end I was suffering a bit, but But yeah, from a tough weekend to go away like this, can't complain.
5 years ago, Aprilia were bottom of the Constructor Championship. Now clearly they've got the best bike on the grid, it seems. What can you talk us about your journey with Aprilia right now? Especially to be part of this family, the first ever all Aprilia podium. Happy times down there in that garage, I'm sure.
Well, they deserve this because at the end they work super hard every day at home in Noale, but also here all days and years at the races. Their method is fantastic. When I joined them, I felt immediately super good, and I really gave my all to try to help them as much as I could to give them their all the feedbacks and try to work and improve every day. We've been through some super tough times, but now it's going well. And we have to anyway stay with our feet on the ground, keep working, because the season is super long and there are tracks that are super tough to come, so stay focused.
And just finally, I'm getting kind of 2018 Moto3 vibes. It looks like the championship's going to be a big battle between potentially you and your teammate Jorge Martin. How much are you looking forward to that battle, and how difficult will it be, of course, when you are so close as teammates?
Yeah, will be, well, I mean, still is super early because many races are missing, but at the moment I don't want to think about this too much. I mean, it's good to be in this position at the moment. Of course, having Jorge is tough because he's strong, but it's also positive because I can learn from him every day. And I want to use him as a motivation for me and try to be stronger every day. And for sure he does the same with me, so let's try to make the best that we can and keep like this, because still there is a long way to go.
There is, Marco. Congratulations on a brilliant weekend for you and Aprilia here in Le Mans. Well done.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, he might not want to think about it too much, but unfortunately he's going to get asked about it a lot over the next 5-6 months or so. We think this championship battle is going to be nip and tuck between Marco and Jorge throughout the season. He's sort of painting a picture there of could have been worse given how it's been feeling through the weekend, but surely in the context of how he lost, how late in the race he'd lost, who ultimately beat him, surely, he might not say it publicly, but that's got to sting to a certain extent, hasn't it, for Marco Bezzecchi?
I think he expected that today. He said that in Parc Ferme. Marco is normally pretty honest with his comments. He's felt that it's not clicked this weekend. So he said there was genuine surprise to the fact that he was able to lead the race for as long as it did. And I'm sure when Martin got to the front and the pit board, I was watching the Prilly guys to see exactly what they gave him. 1.4, then 1, then 0.7.
Yeah, is there a surprise how long it took for them to tell him that Martin was catching?
No, because, I mean, what was he going to do differently? It was very difficult to get that information across as well. The riders will specify to the teams what they want on the board, and that is who's the man behind me, what's the gap, and is there a group? It said group 2. It's very difficult unless there's nothing to be able to put on the dashboard as well. So that's how motorcycle racing is. You know, we don't have radio communication, and thank God we don't, because it's man and machine out there, and you've got to go out and do it yourself with just that pit board trying to give you as much information as you can. But for Marco to come away this weekend, I think importantly, a first sprint medal around his neck. Yes, he's had some misfortune, which has not been his fault on a Saturday, but he quickly sort of stops that story from spiralling, and that's sort of getting into his head that for whatever reason he can't perform in a sprint. Not the case. He's got a sprint medal, and he's come away with another podium. Out of the opening 5 Grand Prix, he's finished on the podium in all 5, the top 2 in all 5, 3 wins in 2 seconds. The first man to do that since Valentino Rossi in 2015. So he'll be happy, but to only be a point clear, we've been saying it so often that he'll be ruining those big errors in the sprint in Thailand, the sprint in Austin, because he should really be 30, 25, at least one race victory clear of Jorge Martin, but those errors have cost him, and as a result it is nip and tuck going to Montmeló, Catalonia in just a few days' time.
If we look ahead as to what this title battle is going to come down to between Marco and Jorge, what's going to be the determining factor between the two? Is it Jorge improving on Saturday mornings and improving his body starting further forward? Is it down to Marco to reduce the mistakes, which admittedly this weekend he did? What ultimately is going to make the difference? How is this championship going to be won or lost between Marco and Jorge?
Look, a key thing right now is the performance. Yes, he was able to overcome it this weekend, but he's not going to be able to do that every weekend. The performance on a Saturday morning of Jorge Martin is absolutely pivotal to this World Championship fight, because we all know what explosive, electric one-lap pace he's got. He's the sprint king for a reason now, clear of Marc Marquez with 18 more than anybody else. But he's not going to be able to take victory in many sprints or many Grand Prix if he's coming through from rows 3 or 4 of the grids. And that is a fact. We've just said it a moment ago. That is the upper hand that Marco Bezzecchi has right now, the ability to extract one-lap pace from the Aprilia. He's got a test coming up after Barcelona where I'm sure that one-lap pace will be his focus, because if he can work that out, then he's going to be a huge threat. And I'm sure already Marco Bezzecchi is nervous. Matt mentioned to him in the interview just then, we're getting flashbacks of Moto3 2018. In the end, Jorge Martin won that championship quite comfortably. Jorge Martin had Bezzecchi's number in Moto2. He's had his number for the vast majority of their MotoGP careers as well. So I'm sure he will be thinking that I, Marco Bezzecchi, have to elevate my level as well, and I cannot plateau and allow Martin to go past him, which at the moment is looking like he's on track to do.
The Prix 1, 2, 3, let's try and cover off some of the other stories from the 4 other brands that went on in that Grand Prix. Pecco Bagnaia crashed out of 2nd place today. So many positives, as you mentioned, as I touched upon during the race. We'll never know how important to the outcome of the win today that was, the crash for Pecco Bagnaia. Does he look back at a weekend of more positives than negatives, or does he reflect and regret the lost points?
Well, looking at his face in the pit box afterwards, there were a lot of negatives. I've seen a video on social media of him walking out of the gravel trap. He gave one of the safety hay bales a massive whack with his left foot. Then the cone got kicked into orbit as well. He was absolutely furious, I'm sure, at himself for having made that error and thrown away what could have been a podium. We'll never know, because the Aprilias have been so strong in the second half of a race. I'm sure that he would have been put under all sorts of pressure by Ayagura. But yes, Ducati have made a step, but as has been evidence today, I don't think it's enough.
No.
Because Alex Marquez, having been victorious last weekend, was nowhere. He was anonymous this week. Fabio Gianantonio looked great on Friday, was never in the fight, despite getting a fairly reasonable start and being in the game off the line today. Aprilia on a Sunday just look after that rear tyre far better than the Ducatis, the KTMs, and of course the Hondas and the Yamahas at the moment. And until they find an answer to that, and I don't think they're going to find an answer to that, Ducati are going to be playing second fiddle to Aprilia this year. And obviously for Ducati, we should touch on the massive news of Marc's absence as well.
Yeah, Marc Marquez will not take part in the Catalan Grand Prix next weekend. TBC on the Italian Grand Prix at Mugello in 3 weeks' time. Of course, he's going to have the surgery. Well, be having it today. Might have had it already on the injured foot. Of course, he's going to bring forward the surgery to remedy some of the metalwork that's come loose in his shoulder.
It's happened today.
It's happened today. I guess
Andy's now out of the operating theatre. Davide Tardozzi confirming on the grids that the surgery was a success. So the recovery has begun for Marc Marquez.
Good news for Marc Marquez. We'll of course see over the coming days and weeks as to whether we'll see him at Ducati's home Grand Prix Mugello. I guess medium term, early medium term for this year, what does it mean for Marc Marquez? And more generally looking forward, how does the future now look? Does the future look brighter or more murky now for Marc Marquez with the events of this weekend?
Well, I mean, that is the huge question in MotoGP right now. Understandably, I'm sure there are millions of fans around the world all asking the same question, as has been speculated amongst the media probably since the start of the year. Is this the beginning of the end of the great Marc Marquez and his MotoGP career? I personally think not. I've been confirmed by people in Ducati on a couple of occasions this weekend that Marc has a 2-year deal. He will come back this year, he will come back next year, and will look to try and reclaim that MotoGP world title again. And we've had disagreements on this, but for me, the moment of the season for Marc Marquez was Saturday morning in Q1. He revealed to this microphone yesterday that a screw that had been broken in the crash in Indonesia was touching the radial nerve, and that has affected his ability to have the correct position on the bike, to have the right feeling on the bike. Despite all of that, he went out and set a lap record, which no one else was able to get anywhere near. He said in Parc Fermé afterwards, I don't know how I did it, but the fact of the matter is he did still do it. And lots of people will question, has Marc still got the magic? Is he still the Marc Marquez of last year? That for me proved to everyone in the paddock, and more importantly himself, I think, that yes, he still can do it, he still has the magic, and when he's 100% right, when his body will allow him to, which, yes, is a question mark, but I think it will. He was confident saying yesterday that this shouldn't be a big surgery, it should be fairly straightforward, and wasn't talking a huge absence. He feels it could be a fairly quick recovery time. If his body gets back to 100%, then I think we'll start to see the Marc Marquez of old at the end of the season, and then that will build it quite nicely for what's to come in 2027. But I thought it's obviously a hugely impactful weekend for Marc Marquez, but I thought that lap in Q1 was pretty poignant, and I think that's a big moment for him personally, who I'm sure is having a bit of a crisis of confidence to understand, okay, yes, like we've heard Fabio Quartararo say, I'm sure this weekend proved to him that I can still do it.
And perhaps crucially as well, more of an understanding of why he's been so uncompetitive by his very high standards in the first 5 Grand Prix of this season. Probably, you'd imagine, it's going to come too late for him to retain his World Championship this season, but certainly looking into next season, Marc Marquez has reason to still look forward. His teammate for next season, though, is going to give him some trouble. Pedro Acosta certainly kept the Aprilias in view for as long as he could today, just beaten to 4th at the very last corner.
As Paul Trevathan said, he's an animal. He tries his heart out. He rides that thing to its absolute maximum, but unfortunately the package isn't good enough for him right now. So let's see what he's able to do when the opportunities arise, maybe in different conditions, maybe at Hungary where he was pretty strong last year, certainly when he's in red next year.
Yeah, shout out to Fabio Quartararo today, 6th place on the factory Yamaha, his best Sunday result of the season. Certainly did his fans proud today. If you're watching us live, stick around. The press conference is coming up next, where you'll hear from our Aprilia trio on top of